Welcome to Game of Theories. Today's adventure: what if Jon Snow hatched a dragon egg at the wall and the Night's Watch bent the knee? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The Fist of the First Men. There were 300 men riding north to die, and Jon Snow was keeping the count. It was a steward's work, the counting. Mormont liked his numbers the way other men liked their wine, and so each evening Jon walked the column and tallied the living against the dead and the lost, and each evening the sum came out smaller. Not by much. A Garren foundered in a bog of black water and had to be put down. A ranger turned his ankle on a route none of them had seen, because the snow had a way of hiding what would hurt you and showing you only the white. 2 men had simply not come back from a scout. No bodies, no blood. The forest had folded over them like a mouth closing, and the host went on, because that was what a host did. It went on until it stopped. Jon had decided, somewhere south of the Antler, that he understood the Watch better than the men who had taken its vows before he was born. The understanding was this: the Night's Watch was a machine for turning the unwanted into a wall. Bastards, thieves, rapers, third sons, men who had picked the wrong king or the wrong wife. You poured them in at Castle Black, and the cold pressed them and the years pressed them, and what came out the far side, if anything came out, was duty. The Watch did not care what you had been. That was the cruelty of it and the mercy both. He had thought, when he took the black, that he was choosing honor. He had been wrong about the verb. You did not choose honor. Honor was what was left when everything you might have chosen instead had been taken away. He was thinking it, half a smile of contempt for his own younger self on his face, when Ghost came out of the trees. The direwolf moved the way good news never did, low and fast and without a sound, and Jon was off the Garren before he had finished the thought that something was wrong. Ghost did not run for sport. Ghost ran toward meat or away from worse. The white fur stood up along the spine, the red eyes fixed past Jon's shoulder, north, always north, the direction the whole world seemed to be leaning. "What is it?" Jon said, which was a foolish thing to say to a wolf, and knew it and said it anyway. Men lied to keep warm. The wolf only ever told him the cold truth, which at the moment was north and worse. Lord Snow talking to his dog again. Chet's voice, the boils and the grievance, the one who hated him for reasons that had the shape of envy and the smell of fear. Ask it nicely, maybe it tells you where Benjen Stark went. Jon did not answer. Answering Chet was like answering the wind. It changed nothing and cost you breath you'd want later. He caught Ghost by the scruff, felt the muscle under the fur wound tight as a crossbow, and loosed him again with a word. Ghost vanished. Jon watched the place where the white had been until it was only forest, the gray columns of the soldier pines and the dirty light coming down through them. And then he went to find the old bear, because that was the other half of a steward's work. You counted the dead and you carried the bad feelings up the chain to a man who could do something with them. Jeor Mormont sat his horse like a thing carved onto it, and the raven on his shoulder watched Jon come with one bright unfriendly eye. "Corn," the raven said. "Corn, corn, my lord." Jon fell in beside him. The old bear had a face built for weather, all gray beard and hard brow, and he did not waste it on pleasantness. "Ghost is uneasy. He went north and came back fast, twice today." Uneasy. Mormont rolled the word around as though tasting it for poison. "You're 3 days into the haunted forest with the season turning and the wildlings vanished off the face of the earth, and no word of my first ranger since autumn. I am uneasy, Snow. The whole world is uneasy. Tell me something a wolf knows that I don't." It was a fair question, and Jon respected him too much to flinch from it. The old bear did not want comfort, and he did not want cleverness for its own sake. He wanted the truth weighed and handed to him in a form he could use. So Jon weighed it. "Ghost isn't hunting," Jon said. "When he runs at game, his ears go forward and his tail goes out. This is the other thing. He runs the way he ran. The night author's dead hand came across the floor at me. He smells something that shouldn't be moving and is. The raven shifted. Mormont said nothing for the length of 10 hoofbeats, and Jon let the silence stand, because the silence was where the old bear did his thinking, and a steward who filled it got told to go count something. "The fist," Mormont said at last. "We make for the fist of the first men. High ground, old stone. A man can see a day's ride in every direction from the top of it. The first men raised a ring wall up there against I don't know what, but they raised it. And if there's anything in these woods that shouldn't be moving, I'd rather meet it standing on a hill behind a wall than down here with my arse in the snow." The eyes that found Jon were small and dark and without illusion. "Keep your wolf close, and say nothing of Arthur's hand to the men. They've enough to chew on." "Yes, my lord." "And Snow." A pause. "Stop looking so pleased with how clearly you see it all. The forest takes the clever ones first. They walk into the dark sure they've reasoned out what's in it, and the dark is happy to teach them otherwise." It was not meant kindly, and Jon carried it the rest of the day like a stone in his boot, because it was true, and the true ones were the only ones worth carrying. The fist stood up out of the forest the way a knuckle stands up out of a fist, which was where it had got the name, Jon supposed, from some long-dead ranger with a plain eye for plain things. A hill of bare gray stone, steep on every side, crowned with the broken teeth of a wall older than the Andals, older than the wall itself, older than anything that still had a name. The host climbed it in a long straggling line, leading the Garrons, and by the time Jon reached the top his thighs burned and his breath came white and ragged, and the sun was a smear of cold copper going down behind the frost fangs. From the height the haunted forest looked like the sea, if the sea were green-black and dead still, and went on until it became the white wall of the mountains. No smoke, no movement. A bird somewhere once, then not again. 300 men made camp inside a wall that older, harder men had abandoned for reasons no one had written down, and the wrongness of it sat in Jon's chest like swallowed snow. People did not raise walls on high cold hills for the pleasure of it. They raised them because something below wanted up, and they left them because the something stopped, or because it didn't and they died. He was thinking that when Sam found him, which Sam had a gift for, finding Jon exactly when Jon's thoughts had gone somewhere he should not follow them. "They say we wait here." Samwell Tarly was a soft mound of a man wrapped in too much black wool, his face round and pink and damp despite the cold, and he was the only friend Jon had made in the watch worth the making. For Quhoran, for the Shadow Tower Rangers. Mormont sent word he'd meet them at the fist, so we wait, and Jon, I'm very much in favor of waiting. Waiting is the part of rangings I do best. You do all the parts of rangings badly, Jon said, but you do them. That's more than the ones who do them well and run. Sam took that the way he took most things, as a gift wrapped in an insult, and beamed, and then his face went serious in the way that meant he had read something. I heard Mormont and Thorin Smallwood. The wildlings haven't gone south to raid. 300 miles of empty villages, Jon. Mance Raider is gathering them. All of them, the Hornfoots and the Cave People and the Thens. Every clan that spent 1,000 years cutting each other's throats. And the only thing in the world that makes men like that stop hating each other is something they're more afraid of than each other. I know, Jon said, taking the weight of it off his friend's tongue. Ghost knows too. There's a thing in these woods, Sam, and it isn't wildlings, and the wildlings know it better than we do. That's why they're running toward the one wall in the world tall enough to put their backs to. Sam looked at him. You sound very calm about it. I'm a steward. I count things. It's easier to be calm about a number than a knife. It was not, in fact, easier. But Sam needed someone on the hill to sound certain the arithmetic added up, and Jon had appointed himself to it. A bastard learned young that his comfort was nobody's first concern, And the strange, cold freedom in that was that he could spend himself on other men's comfort without ever feeling robbed. He had nothing to defend. It made him, he thought, an unusually steady kind of coward. They found the cache on the second day, and Jon was there, and he would spend a great deal of the rest of his life trying to decide whether that had been luck. A ranger named Tywin had noticed the ground. Inside the old ring wall, near the northern edge where the stone fell away sheerest, the earth dipped in a shape too regular to be the earth's idea. Someone had dug here, long ago, before the moss grew over it and the topmost stones tumbled. Someone had cut a pit into the crown of the fist and filled it and covered it and gone away, and the woods had spent 1,000 years politely forgetting the place. Mormont set 12 men to it with the camp's 2 spades and the rest of them on their knees with their hands, and Jon was one of the knees. The cold came up through his gloves and into the bones of his fingers and made the work clumsy, and still they dug, because the old bear stood over the pit with his arms folded, and a man did not stop digging while the Lord Commander watched. The first thing they found was the cloak. Black wool rotted to lace, the kind of black that had been a watch cloak before the watch was old. The man inside it was bones, and the bones were brown and gone soft, and nobody said anything about the body, because the thing the body had guarded lay under its ribs wrapped in oiled cloth that had not rotted at all, and that was stranger than the corpse. They lifted the bundle out. It was heavy. Tywin and a ranger carried it to flat stone, and Mormont cut the cord himself, and the oilcloth fell open, and the last light of the second day came down on a hoard of black dragonglass. Jon knew it the moment he saw it, the way you know a thing your bones were waiting to be shown. Obsidian. Spearheads and arrowheads and a great curved dagger, napped to edges that drank the light and gave nothing back, and beside the blades a horn banded in old bronze gone green, and the men made the sounds men make when they have dug up money or magic and aren't sure which is worse. Dragonglass, said Sam, who had read about it. Of course he had. The Meisters call it obsidian. The children of the forest hunted with it. Jon, the Night's Watch, took 100 dragonglass daggers a year in tribute once. It's in the old records. Nobody knew why. It's been so long nobody remembered there was a why. There was a why. Jon had picked up a spearhead. It was colder than the cold around it, which made no sense, and it lay in his palm like a sliver of frozen night, and the dying light ran along the edge like blood along a cut. He thought of Arthur's blue dead eyes and the way fire had stopped them, and wondered whether dragonglass stopped them too, whether some first man, 1,000 winters dead, had known a thing the whole world had since paid good gold to forget. Somebody buried weapons on a hill, Sam. You don't bury weapons unless you mean to come back for them in a war, and you don't forget where you buried them unless you lost. That shut Sam up, which Jon regretted a little. He was reaching for a second spearhead, meaning to count the cash because that was his office, when his fingers found the egg. It sat under the blades, settled into the bottom of the oilcloth as though the dead man had laid the weapons over it to guard it, and when Jon's hand closed on it, the world went quiet in a way that had nothing to do with sound. He thought at first it was a stone, a round black stone the size of a small melon, heavy past all reason, so heavy his wrist dipped when he took the weight, and cold, the same wrong cold as the obsidian, a cold that came from inside the thing rather than settling on it from the air. He lifted it into the light, and the light found the scales. Not a stone. Scaled. Black scales close as a serpent. And where the copper sunset touched them, they were not black at all, but the deep red of old embers. The red you saw at the heart of a fire when you broke the log and the ash fell away. And for one breath the buried color showed before the cold ate it. The scales went around the whole of it, finer than any craftsman, because no craftsman had made the thing under his hands. Jon had grown up on stories of the beasts that hatched from these. He had never stood beneath a dragon's skull, and yet he knew. The body learns some things the mind has had no chance to teach it. He was holding a dragon's egg, and the dragons were 150 years dead and gone to stone, and the thing was cold and heavy and dead in his two hands, and he could not let it go. Snow. Mormont's voice came from a great distance, from the ordinary world, the one with camps and counts and vows in it. What have you got there? Jon turned and held it up, and the old bear's weathered face did something it almost never did, which was go still. That, said Jeor Mormont slowly, is worth more than this watch has owned in 100 years. It was the wrong measure, Jon thought, even as Sam said the word dragon 4 times running in a voice going up like a kettle. The old bear's mind had gone to gold because gold was a thing a Lord Commander could spend, and there was no shame in it. But worth was the smallest true thing you could say about the egg. The largest was that it had been buried with weapons against the dead, and whoever buried it had thought it a weapon too. Jon held it against his chest, inside the dark of his cloak, and the cold of it pressed back against his ribs, patient, the cold of something that had waited in the ground for longer than the watch had counted years. He kept the thought behind his teeth, where the dragonglass cold of it could keep. There was one more thing, and Jon told no one, because there was no shape to tell it in that would not make him sound a fool. The egg was cold. Everyone who touched it said so, and Sam had a word from the citadel for the cold, and Mormont had a price. But where Jon's bare palm pressed the scales, the cold was less. Not warm. He would not have claimed warm, even to himself, even in the privacy of his own skull, where a bastard kept the thoughts he could not afford to say aloud. Only that the chill drew back from his hand the way a dog draws back from a hand it has decided not to bite, testing, considering. He took his glove off twice to be sure, and twice the stone seemed to lean its cold away from him, and the second time something turned over low in his chest, a recognition without a memory attached to it, the body insisting on a kinship the mind had never been given the leave to know. He put the glove back on. He told himself it was the fire. The fire was 30 feet away and at his back, and he told himself it was the fire anyway, because the other thing the cold could mean was a door he had no key for and no wish to find one. It's stone now, Sam was saying, half to Jon, half to the men. In the careful voice he used to talk himself down off a fright with facts. They turned to stone, the eggs. When the dragons died they all went cold. Nobody hatched one in 150 years. Men have tried. They've burned good wood and said the words, and it's stone, Jon. It's only a very, very valuable stone. Then it won't mind being carried, Jon said, and tucked it deeper into his cloak and could not have explained, had Mormont ordered him to, why his hands did not want to give it to the strongbox the old bear sent for, or why, when he finally did surrender it, he watched the box the way Ghost watched the north. Quhorn Halfhand rode in at dusk with 4 rangers, and the look of a man who had spent the autumn learning things he wished he had, tall and lean and gray, his right hand short 2 fingers and a thumb, and when he climbed to the Lord Commander's fire the talk around it died, because Quhorn was the closest thing the Shadow Tower had to a legend, and legends were not supposed to come in off the woods looking the way he looked. Jon poured the wine, because that was a steward's office too, and so he stood close enough to hear when Mormont showed him the egg. The half-hand did not reach for it. He looked at it a long moment in the firelight, the black scales drinking the flames and giving back that buried ember red, and then at the box of dragonglass beside it, and then at the dark beyond the wall where the woods fell away, and Jon watched a man do sums in his head and arrive somewhere he did not care for. Fire and the frozen glass, Quhorn said, buried together. On the one hill for 100 leagues a man can see his death coming from. He turned the maimed hand palm up, a gesture that took in the whole cash, the whole fist, the whole leaning world. Lord Commander, I have ranged the frost fangs since the leaves last turned, and I'll tell you what I found, which is nothing. No wildling, no game, no raven that didn't fall out of the sky stiff. 100 miles of country that stopped being a country and started being a held breath. The free folk aren't raiding. They're fleeing, and they're fleeing toward us, and there's one thing in all the world that puts that look on a wildling's face, and the old women have a name for it I'll not say on this hill after dark. Then say it in daylight, Mormont answered. I'll have the name and the count both. All of them, Quhoran said. Every soul north of the wall, and their right to run. His eyes found Jon then, and the egg in Jon's hands, and something moved behind the gray of them that Jon could not read and did not try to. You found weapons against the cold, my lord, and you found that beside them. Somebody who feared the long night more than he feared death thought the two belonged together. I'd mind that, were I you. Mind it closely. The men will want to call it treasure, because treasure is a thing a man knows how to want. But the dead didn't bury treasure up here. The dead buried what they could not afford to lose. The raven shifted on Mormont's shoulder and said, Snow, which it had never said before and would not say again, and which Jon told no one about, then or after. The find ran through the camp that night like wine, and like wine it made some men loud and some quiet and a few of them mean. Chet wanted the egg sold and the shares weighed out. A lord commander who hoarded treasure, he said, was no better than the lords they'd all left behind, and 3 rangers nodded along before Jon reached the fire. The argument had a clean shape, which was what made it dangerous. The watch was poor. The watch was always poor, and a brother froze and starved on a wall while fat men south of the neck slept warm and called the freezing men criminals. Mormont let it run, then stamped it out without raising his voice, which was how Jon knew the men should listen. You want your share, Chet. Here it is. Your share is the wall at your back instead of the cold in your face. Your share is that you took the black and the black took you, and there's not a man here the world wanted before we did. The glass isn't treasure. The glass is steel for a war that's coming whether you'd have it or number the egg is mine, which is to say the watches, which is to say it belongs to the men who will hold this wall in 100 years, when every soul at this fire is bones under the snow. Now go to sleep, and thank your gods I'm the sort of fool who'd rather arm you than sell you. That was the end of it mostly. And later, in the dark beyond the last fire where the sentries stamped, Jon heard a ranger say the thing that stayed with him. You bury your dearest things where the worst thing can't reach. That egg's no treasure, brothers. That egg's a hostage. Somebody hid it from the cold, and the cold went and forgot, and we just dug it up and rang the dinner bell. No one laughed. On any other night 100 men would have laughed a ranger's ghost story into the ground. On this night, on this hill, with the woods below gone so still the silence had a pressure to it, a weight, like deep water on a diver's ears, nobody laughed at all. Jon went and stood at the northern lip of the fist where the stone fell away into dark, and Ghost came and stood with him, and together they looked north, because the whole world was leaning that way and Jon had given up pretending he wasn't leaning with it. You could not see the cold coming. That was the trouble. A man could see an army had fires and banners and the shapes of men. The thing in the woods had none of that. It had only the silence which grew and the chill, which deepened past what the season had any right to bring. So the sweat from the climb froze in his collar and the air going into his chest had edges now, and his fingers in their gloves had stopped hurting, which was worse than hurting, because a hand that has stopped hurting in the cold has begun to die. He flexed it. The leather creaked. Ghost made a sound low in his chest that Jon felt in his own breastbone more than heard, and the white fur stood up all along the wolf's spine like the hackles of the night itself. Dolorous Ed came up the line to share the post, stamping, his long face longer in the dark. Ed said the worst thing in the plainest words, and somehow that made it bearable, the way naming a sickness made it smaller than the not knowing. Cold's wrong, Ed said by way of greeting. You feel it. Everyone feels it and nobody's saying it, which is how you know it's real. The day men stop complaining about the cold is the day to worry about the cold. We've gone quiet. Bad sign. I've buried men who talked more than this whole hill is talking tonight. He blew on his hands. Still, a dragon. There's a thought to keep a man warm. Burn the whole forest down, a dragon would. Of course it's a rock. Everything good is a rock by the time it gets to me. Jon almost laughed, and the almost was the most warmth the night had given him. He worked the sum again, the way Q-Horan had worked it by the fire and frozen glass buried together by men who lost. The arithmetic kept coming out the same. You did not arm yourself against treasure. You armed yourself against an enemy. And if the long dead had thought a clutch of black glass and one cold egg were arms worth burying, then the enemy was a thing that fire could hurt, which meant the enemy could be hurt, which was the one hopeful thought available on the whole of the fist, and Jon held to it the way Ghost held to the north. Ed, if the horns blow tonight, stay near the fire, whatever else you do. Ed gave him the look of a man told water was wet. Where else would I die, he said, but somewhere warm. There were 300 men on the fist of the first men. Behind a wall the first men had built and then run from, and Jon understood at last, standing in the dark with his dying hand and his wolf and a dragon's egg gone to stone in a box behind him, why the wall had been raised and why it had been abandoned both. It had been raised because something below wanted up. It had been abandoned because the wall had not been enough. He stood his watch and counted, because counting was the one thing he could still do with a dying hand. He counted the fires, which were 77. He counted the breaths of the sentry at the next post, slowing as the night wore toward the hour the body most wants to sleep and most should not. He counted the silence, marking how it thickened, how the small living sounds of a camp dropped out of it one by one, the talk, the laughter, the snoring, then even the horses, until the loudest thing left in the black world was the blood in his own ears and the long-held breath of 300 men who had stopped pretending, every one of them, that they did not feel the eyes. Far down in the haunted forest, where the trees stood black against snow gone faintly, sourcelessly blue, something moved that should not have been moving, and on the eastern edge of the dark, so faint at first that Jon told himself it was his own pulse, then so clear that the sentry at the next post turned his frozen face toward it, and the raven in Mormont's tent began to scream the one word it knew for trouble. A horn began to blow. One long blast. The sentries returning, that one meant, and a few men let out the breath they'd been holding. Then it blew again, the same note held until the lungs behind it must have burned, and the held breath went back in, because 2 blasts meant wildlings, and wildlings were men, and men could be fought. Jon's dying hand found the hilt of Longclaw. Ghost's growl became a thing with no bottom to it. The horn drew breath a third time, and Jon Snow stood on the hill the first men had raised and then fled, and waited and knew, the way the body knows, what the third blast would be before the cold air ever carried it. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. 3 blasts. The third blast came, and it did not stop. That was how a man knew. 1 blast, the rangers home, 2, the wildlings, 3 for the others, and the old jest at Castle Black was that you only ever heard the third one once. The jest was wrong. The horn drew its breath and let it out and drew it again, and the note went on past the lungs of any living man, past the point where a body would have fallen down for want of air, on and on, because the thing blowing it did not need to breathe. Jon was moving before the camp was. The teaching held even when the mind had gone white. You did the thing your hands had been drilled to do, and you let the rest of you catch up later if there was a later. He put his back to the ring wall where it still stood waist high, so nothing could come at him from behind, and he had Longclaw out and his torch in his off hand, and Ghost was a low white fury against his leg, and he counted, because that was the one prayer he had. He counted the dark filling up with eyes. They came up the fist the way water comes up a beach, without hurry, without sound. A tide of pale shapes climbing the slope the first men had thought too steep. Dead men. Some of them had been brothers. He saw the black of the watch on shoulders gone the blue-gray of 3-day meat, and a wildling woman with her throat open and no blood left in her to spill, and things that had been horses once, dragging broken legs, and a bear with its hide hanging in sheets. The eyes were the same in all of them, every dead thing wearing the one cold light, a blue so deep it had no warmth left in the whole of it, the blue of ice with a star drowned inside. Fire. Thorin Smallwood was screaming, his voice cracking on it. Fire, you whoresons, they burn, put fire to them. They burned. That was the one mercy on the whole of the hill. Jon had a torch, and the torch was the truest weapon he owned, truer than the steel, because the steel went into the dead, and the dead did not care. You could open a white from collar to hip, and it kept coming with its insides swinging, but the fire ran up an arm of dead flesh, and the thing that drove the corpse let go of it screaming a scream that had no mouth behind it, and the body came apart into ash and old grease. He learned the rhythm of it in the first 100 heartbeats. Steel to put them down, fire to keep them down. A white came over the broken wall, and Jon took its leg out from under it, Valyrian steel parting dead bone like cheese, and put the torch to the stump, and the thing thrashed and lit and stopped being a thing. Another. He was good at this. He had always been good with a sword, the one stark gift he had been allowed to keep, and now the gift was the only thing standing between him and the cold. The discovery sat oddly in him even as his arm worked, that everything Winterfell had ever taught him had been teaching for this, for the hill and the dead and the dark, and no one had known it, not Sir Roderick, not his father, not the long line of dead Starks under the earth who had built the wall and then forgotten why. To his left, Gren had his back against a Garen's flank, hewing, big and slow and unkillable, bellowing the way the masters at arms had taught the green boys to bellow, so the fear came out as noise instead of staying in. Beyond him, Dolorous Ed fought close to the bonfire, exactly as told, dragging the wounded toward the heat one fistful of collar at a time, and somewhere in the press Chet was dying. Jon saw it without being able to stop it. The brother who had hated him for the warmth of a wolf and the favor of an old bear, gone down under 3 dead men with his knife still working, and his last word on the earth was a curse. And Jon would think later that there had been something almost clean in it, a man who lived complaining and died fighting and never once pretended to be other than he was. The cash saved them for a while. The dragonglass. Mormont had it broken from the strongbox and pressed into hands before the second wave came, and the obsidian did a thing the steel did not. Tywin put a dragonglass dagger into a dead brother's chest, only that no fire, and the white folded up like a puppet with the strings cut, the blue light going out of its eyes all at once, and it lay still and stayed still, just a man again. A dead man, an ordinary dead man, the kindest thing Jon had seen all night. So that was the why. That was the tribute, 100 daggers a year, the thing the world had paid gold to forget. Black glass killed the dead the way nothing else did, clean, no fire needed, and Jon thought, with the part of him that never stopped counting even with his sword arm gone to fire. Someone knew. Someone always knew. And the knowing died, and the world went on burning good wood and saying the words over stone eggs and forgot. It was not enough. There was never going to be enough. 100 daggers among 300 men, and the first wave had only been the dead they could spare. The second came heavier. Jon felt the change in it the way you feel a tide turn, the slope below going from a scatter of climbing shapes to a single moving mass. Dead pressed shoulder to dead shoulder, and the bonfire's light could not reach the bottom of it. Brothers who had held the wall began to give ground toward the fire, drawn in like men drawn toward warmth in a storm, and Mormont's voice cut through it. hard and steady, naming men, sending them left and right, refusing to let the ring break, because a ring that broke was 100 men killed one at a time instead of together. Jon found his place in it and held. He had stopped being afraid somewhere in the first wave, not from courage but from arithmetic. Fear was a thing you spent on outcomes you could change, and there was nothing here he could change but the count of dead at his own feet. So he changed that methodically, torch and steel and torch, and tried not to look at how the count below kept climbing no matter what the count at his feet did. And behind the dead, where the snow had gone that wrong sourceless blue, came the things that drove them. Jon saw one. He would not have words for it after, and he had none for it then. Where the whites were dead men made to move, this was the cold made to walk, tall and thin and bright as a sword left out in a frost. And it did not climb the hill so much as the hill seemed to lean toward it, the dark sliding off it in sheets. Where it set its foot the fires guttered. Men's torches dimmed in its nearness, the flames pulling small and blue and frightened, and Jon felt the heat go out of his own brand like a hand had closed over it, and the cold that came off the thing was not a temperature. It was an argument. It was the world saying that fire had only ever been a guest here, a brief, warm error, and that the cold was the truth underneath and always had been, and that it was time now to come home to the dark. Men died around that argument, and not all of them were killed. A brother 3 feet from Jon lowered his sword and sat down in the snow with the blue light walking toward him and did not get up, his face going slack and grateful, like a man who had carried something heavy his whole life and had finally been given leave to set it down. Jon grabbed his collar and hauled, and the brother came apart from his own the way a tooth comes from a dead gum, and Jon dragged him back toward the bonfire by main strength, shouting into his face and got nothing back, the eyes already gone the long way away. That was when the cold thing turned its head and looked at Jon, and Jon felt himself being counted. He had spent his whole life as the one who counted. To be on the other side of the ledger, to be a number in something else's tally, to feel a regard come over him that weighed his warmth and found the exact amount of it, and judged how little work it would be to make him stop. He went backward without deciding to. His heel caught the body of the brother who had sat down. He fell. The torch left his hand into the snow and died there with a hiss, and the dark came in. The strongbox was beside him. The egg. He never afterward could say why he did it. There was no plan in it, no clever steward's reasoning, none of the cold arithmetic he was so proud of. There was only a body that had decided, the same body that had known the egg before the mind had leave to, and his hands were in the open strongbox, and the black weight of it was in them, and the cold of it was the only cold on the whole of the hill that did not feel like dying. He clutched it the way a drowning man clutches the one floating thing, and scrambled backward toward the great bonfire at the center of the camp, the one Mormont had ordered built head high against the dark, the last and largest fire on the fist of the first men. His back hit the heat of it, real heat, blessed and orange and stupid and alive. The cold thing came on, unhurried, because there was no hurry left in the world for it, and Jon sat against the fire with a dragon's egg in his arms, and his own blood running warm down his sword arm where a dead man's nails had opened it to the bone. And he did the only thing left, the thing with no reason in it. He turned and he put the egg into the fire. And then, because some old story he had never been told was telling itself through him, because his blood was already on the scales where his torn arm had pressed them, because there must be death and there must be fire and there must be blood of the dragon, and the fist of the first men held all three in a greater measure than the world had seen in 300 years. He reached his bleeding arm into the flames after it, and held the egg down into the heart of the burning where the wood had gone to coals as white as the cold thing's eyes, and he did not pull his arm back out. The pain was enormous and very far away. He was aware of his own flesh cooking, and aware that he should care about this and could not make himself, because the egg had begun to do something. The scales drank the fire. He felt it through his ruined hand, the egg pulling the heat into itself the way it had drawn the cold from his palm on the wall the night before. Only now it pulled and did not stop, and the great bonfire bent toward the egg like grass in a wind, the flames leaning, streaming, pouring themselves into the black stone. Where they entered it, the scales woke. The ember red that had only shone at the edges now ran the whole surface, veins of it, a map of fire under black glass, brightening, and the heat the egg took it gave back 100-fold. No longer the wet orange warmth of burning wood, but something older and whiter and wronger, a heat with a will inside it. And the cold thing stopped. It stopped. Jon, on his knees in the fire's mouth with his arm a thing of ruin, looked up through the streaming flames and saw the bright cold figure go still, and saw, in the place where it had no face, a recognition that mirrored his own. The thing had walked out of a winter older than men to put the last fires out, and it had met, on a hill at the edge of the world, the one fire that had been laid to sleep before its time and was now, against every law the Meisters had written and the dragons had proved by dying, waking up. The egg cracked. It was not a small sound. It was the sound of a frozen lake giving way in the thaw, a long groaning crack that ran the length of the world and came back, and a light came out of the seam, white gold, the color the sun would be if the sun were also hungry. The fire the egg had eaten came back out of it in a column, straight up, a pillar of flame standing on the crown of the fist, taller than the wall, taller than anything. And for one instant the whole haunted forest was lit as bright as noon in high summer, every dead face on the slope thrown into a glare that had not touched this country since the last dragon died. The whites that the dragonglass and the torches had not stopped now, all of them, 10,000 dead things turning their blue eyes up toward the column of fire like it was a thing they had been promised would never come again. And out of the broken egg, out of the heart of the standing flame, screaming a sound that was the exact and opposite twin of the soundless scream of the cold, came the dragon. It was the size of a cat. That was the joke of it, the cosmic and terrible joke, that the thing the whole of the dead north had stopped to look at could have curled in a man's 2 hands. Black, wet, its wings still folded and gummed to its sides like a moth new from the cocoon, its long neck whipping, its eyes molten, 2 drops of the sun. They found Jon's eyes across the fire and held them, and into the hollow place at the center of him, where a bastard kept the loneliness he never showed, something reached and took hold and would not let go. Mine, the loneliness said, in a voice that was not words. Or perhaps it said, yours. He could never afterward decide, and decided in the end that there was no difference, that this was the whole of what had happened to him on the fist, that the line between mine and yours had been the loneliest line he owned, and a dragon had been born in the fire and burned it away. The little dragon opened its mouth, and a thread of flame came out, thin as a whip and white at the root, and the knight gave a step backward. The cold thing looked at the dragon, and the dragon looked at the cold thing, the oldest cold and the oldest fire, and the other turned and walked back down the hill into the dark it had come from, and the dead followed, the tide going back out, the blue lights sinking down the slope and away. Not fleeing. Nothing so warm as fleeing. Only withdrawing, the way the sea withdraws, leaving the killed behind it on the stones. The pillar fell. The fire on the crown of the fist guttered down to an ordinary bonfire, and in the ordinary light Jon knelt in the ash with a newborn dragon screaming on the stone before him and his right arm cooked to the elbow, and 100 surviving brothers stood in a ring around him in the bloody snow with the dead at their feet, and not one of them said a word, because there were no words yet made for what they had watched a bastard do. Mormont was the first to move. The old bear came through the ring with his sword still in his fist, and the blood of dead men black across his face. And the raven was gone from his shoulder, flown or fallen, and his voice when it came was not loud. "Gods be good," Jeor Mormont said. "Gods be good, boy, what have you done?" "I don't know. It was the truth, and it would go on being the truth for a long time, through everything that came after, all the kneeling and the crowns and the fire. The most honest thing Jon Snow ever said about the great turning of his life was the thing he said first, kneeling in the ash with his arm destroyed. It was cold, my lord, and there was fire, and it wanted to wake. It wanted to wake more than I have ever wanted anything in my life. I couldn't." He stopped. The dragon had climbed, on wings still wet, into the curve of his unburned arm and pressed its hot small body against the warmth of him, and against all sense, against the screaming of his ruined hand, against the dead on the slope and the long dark walk home and every vow he had sworn. He held it. "I don't know what I've done," he said again, quieter. "But it's done." A muttering moved through the ring then, lo, the sound of frightened men hunting for a shape to put the night into. Sorcery, Jon heard. Targaryen, he heard, the word landing strange and southern in the cold, and he did not know yet why a brother would say it looking at him. And he heard, plainest of all, a shadow tower man near the back say what half of them were thinking, that a thing born of dark magic on a hill of the dead was no salvation but a second curse, and that the clean thing, the safe thing, was to put dragon and bastard both to the fire before the witchery in them grew. No one moved to do it. But no one argued him down, either, and Jon marked the silence, and held the dragon closer, and understood that he had not survived the night so much as traded one kind of danger for another that would take longer to kill him. Quhor in Halfhand came and stood over them. There was a wound in his side he was not attending to. He looked at the dragon a long while, the way he had looked at the egg by the fire, a man doing sums, and then he looked north, where the last of the blue lights were sinking into the trees, and then he said the thing Jon would carry out of that night heavier than his burned arm. "It went away," the Halfhand said. "You saw it. The cold came up this hill to put out the last fire in the world, and it found a new one lit, and it went away to think. It will think on it all winter. Then it will come again, with its dead behind it, and there will be more of them, and they will be readier, because the dead have nothing but time, and we have only the years that are left to us." He looked down at Jon, at the bastard kneeling in the ash with the impossible warm in his arms. "You did not find a treasure on this hill, Snow. You did not even find a weapon. You found the war. The realm has been playing at kings and crowns south of the neck while the only war that ever mattered slept under the snow, and tonight you went and woke it, the war and the thing that can fight it both, in the same hour. I do not envy what you are now. I do not think any man alive has had less reason to be glad of his own blood." Jon did not understand the last of it, not then. His blood. He thought the Halfhand meant the red running down his arm. He held the dragon and watched the north and did not understand, and that was a mercy, the last he would be given for a while. They could not stay, and everyone knew it without it being said. The fist had been a refuge and was now a charnel, the dead they had killed lying among the dead they had loved, and the cold had only gone away to think. 100 men could not hold a hill against a winter. Mormont put it plainly, his voice gone to gravel. They marched at first light for the wall, hard and fast, the wounded on garrons and the slain left where they lay, because there was no time to burn them all and no wood left to do it. They would run, and they would be hunted, and some of them would not see Castle Black, and the rest would carry south a thing the world had not held since the doom of Valyria, and would have to decide, every one of them, what that thing was and what it meant and whose it was. The march taught them the size of what Jon carried, and it taught them by the day. The first day, A mile down the eastern slope where the trees closed over the trail, the dead came out of the dark again. Not the great tide of the hill, but a hunting party, 6 or 8, quick and quiet, flanking the column where it had strung out thin. Men screamed. A Garen went down with a dead thing on its back, and the dragon, riding in the sling Sam had cut from a cloak across Jon's chest, lifted its wet black head and screamed back, and the thread of flame it had loosed on the hill came again, longer now, a whip of fire that took the nearest white across the chest and did not let go. The dead thing burned from the inside as it ran and fell, and was ash before it stopped moving. The brothers nearest Jon flinched from the heat, and then they did not flinch, because they had seen what the alternative cost. A ranger named Hareth, horse to the men, looked at the burning corpse and then at Jon and said, in a voice gone hoarse with cold and killing, "Keep it close to the middle, my lord. Keep it warm. We'll put our backs to it." My lord. Jon let the wrongness of the word pass. There would be time to correct it, he thought, when they were behind the wall, when this was over, when he was only a steward again. He did not yet understand that he would never be only a steward again, and that the word the ranger had given him would outlast the ranger himself. The second day, the dragon ate and grew. It would not take the dried meat the brothers carried. It wanted the kills, the dead things it burned, and it tore at the charred flesh with a hunger that had no bottom. And by the cold red dusk, the wings that had been gummed to its sides on the fist had dried and stretched and learned to open. It was no longer the size of a cat. It was the size of a hunting hound, and when it loosed its flame the whip had become a lash, and a thing that had needed Jon's warmth to live now warmed the men around it instead, so that the wounded begged to be laid near him in the night. Sam, who counted things the way Jon did but wrote them down, said the growth made no sense, that a beast could not put on a season's flesh in a day, and then he stopped saying it, because the Meisters had also said that the eggs were only stone. They lost men on the third day. A brother named Bernard, who had a son fostered at Eastwatch and talked of him too much, fell behind to help a foundered Garen and did not catch up, and they heard him once, far back in the trees, and did not go for him, because going back was how the dead turned one death into 10. Mormont would not let them stop. The old bear marched at the front and the rear by turns, never sleeping that Jon saw, and his face had gone to a thing carved out of the cold, and once, passing Jon in the dark, he said low, so the men would not hear, "When we are home, Snow, there will be a reckoning over that creature, and I will not be able to stop it, and I am not sure I should. Keep it alive until then. It is the only reason half these men are still walking." It was the closest the old bear came to thanks, and the closest he came to a threat, and it was both at once, and Jon understood that this was simply what the truth looked like now, two-edged, like everything the dragon touched. On the watch that last cold night before the wall, Jon turned the vow over the way he turned everything, looking for the seam. "I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post." He had said the words in front of a heart tree with the cold coming off the wood, and he had meant them more than he had ever meant anything, because they had been the one place the world had offered a bastard to put his honor where no one could call it counterfeit. And now, a power slept against his chest that kings would burn cities to own, and the vow had a hole in it he could put his whole arm through. A man of the watch took no part in the wars of the realm. But what was sleeping against his chest had not been made for the wars of the realm. It had been made or remade for the war the realm did not believe in, the one with no crown at the end of it and no glory, only the cold and the holding. The vow forbade him the thing the dragon was good for and required of him the thing the dragon was good for in the same breath, and Jon could not make the two halves meet no matter how he turned them. He thought Meister Aemon might. The old man had a way of holding two true things that bit each other and not letting either one go. He would ask him. If they reached the wall, He would ask the blind old man who had been at Castle Black longer than anyone living, and who had, Jon thought, never once seemed surprised by him. That last was a thing worth wondering about, and Jon, too tired to wonder, set it by for the warm and the morning. That night, in a hollow they could defend, with the wounded laid in a ring around the one fire they dared to light, Sam finished binding the arm and would not stop talking. The meisters and the words and the eggs that were only stone, all of it overturned now, all of it written wrong. "What will you call it?" Sam asked, near the end, when there was nothing left to do but be afraid until the light came. "You have to call it something, Jon, a thing like that. You can't just, a thing like that has to have a name." Jon looked down at the dragon. It had fallen asleep, or whatever a dragon did, its long neck curled and its molten eyes lidded, its body the one warm thing in 100 leagues, born out of the ash of the largest fire the dead had ever come to kill, the cinder the cold could not put out. "Not yet," he said. The dragon's heat soaked through the bandage and the burn and into the bone, and Jon Snow, bastard of Winterfell, brother of the Night's Watch, who had woken the war and the answer to it in a single hour, sat against the cooling stones and watched the dawn come up red over the haunted forest, and held the only fire the dark had left in the world, and did not yet have a name for what he had become. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. A bastard's fire. Castle Black had a horn of its own, and when the watchers in the king's tower saw the column come crawling out of the haunted forest, they blew it once, for brother's home, and the single clean note carried out over the snow and broke something loose in Jon's chest that the dead had not been able to break in 9 days of running. 44 men came back of the 300 who had ridden north. Jon had the count, because Jon always had the count, and he gave it to Bowen Marsh at the gate in a voice that did not shake, and watched the Lord Steward write it down with a hand that did. Marsh was a round, careful man. The brothers called the old pomegranate for his red cheeks and his fondness for the larder, and he had spent the great ranging safe behind the wall counting barrels of salt beef, and there was no shame in that. It was his office. But when Jon said 44, and Marsh's quill stopped, Jon saw the number land on a man who understood ledgers, and had just been handed one that would not balance for the rest of his life. Then the dragon put its head out of the sling, and Bowen Marsh dropped the quill. It was the size of a large dog now, and it did not like the gate, the dark of the tunnel through the wall, the close cold stone. It liked nothing that was not Jon and fire, and it announced this with a screech that went up the 700 feet of ice and came back down doubled. Men who had heard the story coming up the Kinks Road from the Rangers Mormont had sent ahead still went to their knees in the snow when they saw it, some to pray, and some only because their legs had stopped agreeing to hold them. A builder named Halder made the sign against evil. A red-faced boy steward simply sat down, and Sir Alizer Thorne, who had taught Jon the sword with the flat of contempt and had been waiting at the inner gate with his arms folded and his thin mouth ready, looked at the dragon and looked at Jon, and the contempt went out of his face and was replaced by something Jon liked a great deal less, because contempt at least was a thing a man chose. So, Thorne said softly, "Lord Snow, we send you out to find the Lord Commander's uncle, and you come back with that. There were always those who said you gave yourself airs above a bastard's station. I find I cannot wait to hear how you mean to explain it." "I don't mean to explain it," Jon said. He was too tired to fence. "I don't understand it. I'm not going to pretend to you that I do." "No," said Thorne, and the soft satisfaction in it was worse than any shouting. "No, you won't have to. The understanding will be done for you, by better men than you, in a colder room than this." He turned and went, his cloak snapping, and Jon watched him go and understood that the Master-at-Arms had just won something, and that Jon had handed it to him by being honest, and that this was a lesson about the place he had come back to that he would do well to learn quickly. Pip and Gren found him in the yard before the stewards could take him anywhere, and for a moment the war went away. Gren put his big arms around Jon and the dragon both, and then leapt back when the dragon hissed, and Pip laughed, the high cracked laugh of a mummer's boy, and said he'd always known Lord Snow would come back from arranging with something to lord over them. He'd only thought it would be a sword. Dolorous Ed looked at the dragon with the satisfaction of a prophet proved right by a catastrophe. I said it would burn everything, Ed told them. Nobody listens to me until the burning starts. And Sam stood a little apart, because Sam had been on the fist and the others had not. And the three of them who had not seen it were laughing the way men laugh who still believe the world is mostly the shape they left it. And the two of them who had seen it were not. And Jon caught Sam's eye across that line and saw his own knowledge looking back at him, and was glad, in the bitter way of it, not to be the only one who carried it. They took him to the Maester. Eamon's rooms were under the rookery, warm with the heat of a great brazier, and loud with the small shifting and muttering of 100 ravens overhead, and the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and dried herbs and old parchment, and the particular clean sourness of a sick-room kept by someone who knew his work. The Maester was very old. Jon had always known that, the way you know a fact, the way you know the wall is tall. He had not understood it until he sat on the stool and let the blind old man take his ruined arm in two hands that were nothing but bone and paper and 100 years of care, and felt how lightly the strength sat in them, the strength of a man who had outlived everyone who might have remembered him young. "They tell me," said Maester Eamon, unwinding Sam's bandage with fingers that saw better than most men's eyes, "that you have done a thing that has not been done since before I was born, and I was born, Jon Snow, a very long time ago." A raven complained overhead. The old man's clouded eyes turned up toward the sound and then back down to the work, and he did not need them for the work. "This will hurt. The burn is deep and it has begun to fester at the edge, and I must take the dead flesh away before it teaches the living flesh to die with it. You will hold still, and you will tell me, while I do it, exactly what happened on the fist of the first men. Not the tale you have been giving the men. The other one. The one you have not said aloud." So Jon told him, because the pain made honesty easy, and because there was something in the old man that drew the truth the way dry ground draws water. He told him about the cold that was an argument. He told him about the egg going into the fire, and his arm going in after it, and the body that had known before the mind had leave to. He told him about the pillar of flame and the dead turning their blue eyes up, and the thing the loneliness had said in the voice that was not words, mine, or perhaps yours. And when he had finished, the Maester was quiet for a long while, working, peeling ruin from a bastard's arm by feel in a warm room under 100 ravens, and when he spoke again his voice had changed, gone careful in a new way, a man stepping out onto ice he was not sure would hold. "The dragons did not die for want of fire, child," Eamon said. "There has always been fire. They died for want of the blood that could wake it. Fire is only fire. But there is a kind of blood that fire knows and answers, and a dragon's egg in a common fire is a stone, and a dragon's egg in a fire fed by that blood is a dragon. The Maesters wrote 100 treatises on the dying of the dragons, and not one of them dared write the simple thing, which is that the dragons did not leave the world. The blood did. It thinned and scattered and forgot itself, and the eggs went cold for want of it, all but a few that waited, the way some seeds will lie 100 years in dry ground and wake at the first true rain." His fingers stilled on Jon's arm. "You put your blood on that egg and your blood woke it. Do you understand what I am telling you, or must an old man say a thing aloud that is dangerous to say aloud in a castle full of frightened men?" Jon understood. He understood the way he had understood the egg, the body first and the mind scrambling after. He did not want to understand it. "My father is Eddard Stark," he said, and heard how the words came out, not as fact but as a wall he was putting up. Lord of Winterfell. The blood of the first men and the kings of winter. There's no fire in it. There's never been any fire in it. Your father is an honorable man. Aemon agreed, which was not an agreement at all, and the old man's clouded eyes turned toward Jon, and the gentleness in the ruined face was the worst thing Jon had been shown since the fist, worse than Thorne's satisfaction, because Thorne wanted him to fall and Aemon, plainly, did not, and was telling him a thing anyway that would not let him stand where he had always stood. Honorable men keep terrible secrets, child, when honor requires it of them, and they keep them so well that they go to their graves with the truth still locked behind their teeth, and the people the truth would have saved or damned go on never knowing. I knew a great many honorable men once. I am the last of them now, or near enough. His hand resumed its work. I will tell you a thing about myself, and you will hold it, because I am about to ask you to trust me with the most dangerous thing in the world, which is the truth about your own blood, and trust is a road that must run both ways or it is only a cliff. My name is Aemon. Before it was Maester Aemon, it was Aemon Targaryen. I was born a prince of the dragon, third in line to the Iron Throne, and I gave it up for a chain. And I have watched my house burn itself down to ash from this cold room at the edge of the world for the better part of 100 years. I have wanted a dragon every day of that 100 years, child, the way a thirsty man wants water. And the gods, who have a sense of humor I have never learned to love, have sent one, at the very end of me, into the hands of a Stark's bastard who does not want it at all. Tell me that is not the cruelest jest you have ever heard, and I will call you a liar. The brazier popped. Overhead 100 ravens shifted and were still, and Jon Snow sat with his arm laid open to the bone in the hands of 100-year-old prince of a dead house, and did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that was equal to it. And the dragon, curled by the brazier where the heat was, lifted its head and looked at the old blind man with its 2 molten eyes, and made a low sound in its throat that was almost, Jon thought, the sound a cat makes when it has found the one warm lap in a cold house. Aemon heard it. Of course he heard it, he heard everything. And the old man's hand left Jon's arm and reached out, trembling, into the air toward the sound, and the dragon did a thing it had done for no one but Jon. It came. It crossed the warm floor and put its hard, hot head under the Maester's hand, and let the blind fingers move over the ridges of its skull and the hinge of its jaw and the wet leather of its half-furled wing. And Aemon Targaryen, who had given up a throne and a name and 100 years to a vow at the edge of the world, sat with a living dragon under his hand at last, and wept, without sound, the tears running down into the deep cracks of a face that had forgotten how, and Jon looked away. Because some things a man should not watch, even a bastard, even a counter of everything. They housed Cinder in the lich yard, where the watch burned the dead the cold had touched, because it was the one yard in Castle Black with fire enough to keep the dragon content and old stone walls enough to keep it from the men. The arrangement pleased no one. The dragon would not be chained. It slipped iron the way water slips a fist, and after the 3rd night the smith stopped making chains and Mormont stopped asking for them, and the unspoken truth of the matter settled over the castle, which was that the dragon stayed because Jon stayed, and went where Jon went, and that the only chain in the world that held it was a bastard's voice. It grew. That was the thing the men could not stop watching and could not stand to watch. A dog when it came through the gate, by the end of the first sennight, a pony, then a thing past the size of any natural beast, its wings when it stretched them throwing a shadow that crossed the whole lich yard, the ember red in its scales gone from a vein to a furnace glimpsed through cracks in a wall. It ate what they gave it and wanted more. And what it wanted most was to fly, and could not yet, quite, though it tried, beating up off the burning stones in a thunder of new wings, and coming down hard and screaming its frustration at a sky that would not yet hold it. Brothers came to the lychyard wall to look, in twos and threes, in the gaps of their duties, and stood in a silence that was half prayer and half the older thing that lives under prayer. And Jon learned to read the castle by who came to look and how. The young ones came hungry, wanting a piece of the wonder. The old ones came the way a man comes to look at a flood that has not yet reached his house. There was a menace in it that the wonder-hungry young ones did not always see until it was close. A steward named Totter, who fancied himself bold, went over the lychyard wall on a dare to touch the scales while the dragon drowsed, and Cinder came awake all at once, head down and wings half spread, and a sound coming out of it that started below the range of hearing and climbed until the icicles on the wall sang, and Totter went back over the wall faster than he had come, and was sick in the snow, and did not speak of it after. The dragon suffered Jon, and suffered Eamon for Jon's sake, and suffered no one else, and the lesson of it spread through the castle without a word said, that the thing in the lychyard was not a pet and not a sigil and not a wonder to be petted, but a power with a will of its own that had, for reasons no Meister could write, consented to one man, and that the consent was the only soft thing about it. Jon watched the brothers learn it and learned, watching them, the shape of his own new life, in which every door he walked through would open because of what slept in the lychyard, and close, a little, for the same reason. He slept badly and went to the dragon in the dark hours because it slept worse, and because the burn in his arm was easier near its heat than near any fire the Meister could give him. On the fourth night Sam came too, with a candle and a book and a careful look, and sat on the cold stone a respectful distance from the heat, and said what he had been turning over since the fist. "It chose you, Jon. Not the egg, not the fire. You." Dany Targaryen woke 3 across the world. The rangers say, the girl with the Dothraki. It was in the ravens before we ever rode out. 3 at once for her and 1 for you, and you both did it the same way, blood and fire and death. And there are only so many people in the world with the blood that he stopped. He had run himself up against the same cliff Eamon had walked Jon to, and he was a coward in only the bodily way, never in the way that mattered, and so he said it. Meister Eamon knows something about you. I watched his face when they brought you in. He wasn't surprised, Jon. A dragon hatches at the wall for the first time in 150 years, and the only man in the castle who isn't surprised is the one who used to be a Targaryen prince. I'm not asking you what it means. I don't think you know yet. I'm only saying it so that when you do know, you'll remember I was the friend who didn't flinch. Jon did not answer. The dragon shifted in its sleep and laid its hot, heavy head across his knee, and the weight of it was the weight of everything, and he sat under it in the dark with his oldest friend and his newest and worst secret, and watched the smoke of its breathing rise toward the cold, indifferent stars, and let Sam's words be true without saying so, because some truths a man holds the way Cinder held its fire, banked, covered, kept against a colder night. The reckoning came 2 days later in the shield hall, with the dragon chained, after a fashion, in the lychyard where the cold-eaten dead were burned, because it was the one place in Castle Black with fire enough to keep it content and walls enough to keep it from the men. Mormont sat the high seat. Below him, the surviving officers of the watch arranged themselves the way men arrange themselves, when a thing must be decided that no one wants to own. Bowen Marsh and the stewards on one side, Careful and Gray, Thorn, and what was left of the rangers on the other, hard and watchful Othel Yarwick of the builders in the middle, a man who would go whichever way the wall leaned. And the question they had come to settle was the oldest the watch owned, dressed in a shape the watch had never imagined it would have to wear. "A brother of the Night's Watch," said Bowen Marsh, in the reasonable voice of a man reading from a ledger that happened to be on fire, takes no part in the wars of the realm. He holds no lands. He fathers no children. He wins no glory and wears no crown and keeps nothing for his own, because the moment a brother has a thing worth taking, he becomes a thing worth using, and the Watch's neutrality, which is the only reason 7 kingdoms of grasping lords have let us hold this wall for 8,000 years, is finished. That is not my opinion. That is the law written before the Andals came, written in blood, and it does not have an exception in it for dragons because the men who wrote it could not imagine they would ever need one. He turned his red, careful face to Jon. I bear you no ill will, Snow. I want that understood. You did a brave thing on a terrible hill, and you saved the lives of every man who came back. Mine would be among them if I had ridden, and I will say so to anyone. But you cannot keep it. A man of the Watch cannot own the most powerful weapon in the world. The instant a king learns we have a dragon, every king learns it, and they will not see a shield against the dead, because they do not believe in the dead. They will see a sword pointed at the Iron Throne, held by a Stark, at the very moment the North is in open rebellion against the crown. They will come for it, and they will be right to by their own law, and we will have broken the one promise that has kept the realm's armies on the south side of this wall since the Age of Heroes. Othel Yarwick shifted his bulk and spoke for the builders, which meant he spoke for the wall itself, for stone and timber and the practical truth under the law. I'll not pretend to the law as well as the Lord Steward, Yarwick said, but I've walked the top of this wall in a winter wind, and I'll tell you what I know. We are 60-odd swords at Castle Black and not 300 fit men along the whole length of the ice, and the gates at half the forts are choked with rubble we've no hands to clear. Whatever that thing in the Lichyard is, law or no law, it is worth 1,000 swords we do not have and are not getting, because no lord in the south is sending us swords this winter. I'd sooner break a law I can read than a wall I have to hold. A ranger near Thorn, a hard, quiet man with frostbite scars white across his cheeks, said only, I was on the fist, and would say no more, and did not need to, because the 4 words carried the whole argument in them for any man who had been there, and a wall of cold silence for any man who had not. It was, Jon thought, a good speech. That was the trouble with it. It was not a coward's speech, and it was not a fool's. It was true. All of it was true. And he had spent enough nights on the retreat turning the same vow over in his own hands to know that Marsh had found every seam Jon had found, and a few he had missed. Then we kill it, said Thorn, and he said it gently, reasonably, a man offering the obvious. Or we send the bastard south of the wall and let him be the realm's problem and not ours. Either way, the Watch keeps its hands clean and its neutrality whole, and in 100 years no one remembers that for 9 days a brother forgot his vows on a hill. And that was when Quhor Halfhand, who had said nothing, who stood by the door with his maimed hand resting on his belt, spoke into the warm, close room one cold sentence that turned the whole argument on its head. And the dead, said the Halfhand, when the cold comes down on this wall with 10,000 corpses behind it, and the one thing in the world that frightened it lying in pieces in the Lichyard, because we were too in love with a law to keep it, what part of our sacred neutrality do we read to the others, my lords, while they climb the ice? No one answered him. The brazier popped. And Jon Snow, who had come into the shield hall meaning to say nothing, to let better men in a colder room decide his fate as Thorn had promised, found himself on his feet without deciding to, the way he had found the egg in his hands on the fist, the body moving while the mind ran to catch up. He's right, Jon said, and so is the Lord Steward. That's the thing none of you want to say, so I'll say it, because I'm a bastard and I've got less to lose than any of you. You're both right. A man of the Watch can't hold a dragon because it breaks the realm's law and the realm will come for it. And the Watch has to hold this dragon, because it's the only thing on the earth the dead are afraid of, and the dead are coming whether the realm believes in them or not. Both of those are true. You can't make them stop being true by killing the dragon. You can only choose which true thing kills more of us. He looked at Mormont, who had not spoken, who sat the high seat with his carved, cold face, and watched his steward like a man watching a fire he had lit and was no longer sure he could keep in the hearth. I never wanted this. I'd give it back to the gods this hour if they'd take it. But they won't, and it won't leave me. It came to Eamon's hand and his alone, and only because I let it, and so the question is whether a brother can have a dragon. The question is whether the Watch would rather die clean or live broken. I know which one my father would choose. I don't think the law was written by men who'd ever felt the cold I felt on that hill. The silence after that had a different weight than the silence after the half-hand. Jon had not planned the words and could not have improved on them if he had, and he saw them land, saw the careful stewards look at their hands, and the hard rangers look at Thorne to see if he would answer. And Thorne did not answer, because there was no answer to it that did not require a man to say aloud that he would rather be safely dead. Mormont let it sit. Then the old bear stood, and the standing was an answer in itself, and he said, in the voice that had held a ring of men together on a hill in the dark, "No one kills it. No one sends Snow south. Not yet. Hear me, not because the Lord Steward is wrong, for he is not, but because the half-hand is more right, and I will not have it written that Jeor Mormont threw away the realm's one hope to keep a law that the men who wrote it would have broken themselves to live another winter. We will hold the dragon, and we will hold our tongues, and we will send no raven south that we do not have to, and we will buy ourselves what time the gods allow to grow the thing and learn it before the world comes asking. That is my word. It is a bad word. It is the best bad word I have." He looked at Jon, and there was no warmth in it and no apology, only the weight of a man who had just bet 8,000 years of neutrality on a bastard and a beast. "Name it, Snow. A thing that is going to make us break every law we have. The men will want it to have a name. It is easier to follow a thing with a name." Jon looked down at the dragon, which had slipped its careless chains again and come to the shield hall door, drawn by his voice, the way it was always drawn by his voice, and which now sat in the doorway with the cold at its back and the firelight on its black scales, the ember red running in the seams of it, looking at the assembled lords of the last shield of the realm with the flat gold patience of a thing that did not know it was supposed to be afraid of them. "Cinder," Jon said. The word came up out of the last cold dawn on the retreat, out of his own thought watching it sleep. Its egg was buried with weapons in the ash of a fire that men lit against the long night and lost. It hatched in the ash of another. It's the one thing the cold came to put out and couldn't. He put his good hand on the hard hot head, and the dragon leaned into it, and a thread of smoke curled up from its nostrils into the cold shield hall air. "Cinder, because that's what's left when everything else is burned, and it's the part the fire can't kill, because it's already been through the fire and come out the far side still warm." No one said anything. Outside, the wind came down off the wall and worried at the shutters. And Jon Snow, bastard of Winterfell, brother of the Night's Watch, stood in the shield hall with his hand on a dragon and 44 survivors and a 100-year-old prince, and a law 8,000 years old cracking quietly under his feet, and felt the whole weight of the thing settle onto him at last, not as awe and not as fear, but as the plain, cold arithmetic of a debt. That he had been given the one thing that could save them, and that the having of it had already begun to cost more than he knew how to pay, and that there was no one in the world he could hand it to because it had not chosen anyone in the world. It had chosen him. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. The blood of the dragon. The Maester sent for him on the night the comet was brightest, and Jon went, because you did not refuse Aemon, And because the old man was the only person in the world who looked at the dragon and did not first look at Jon to see what he meant to do with it. A red comet hung over the wall that winter, a long smear of fire dragging itself across the cold stars, and the small folk in the villages south of the gift had a dozen names for it, and the wildlings north of the wall, the rangers said, had a dozen more. Some called it the Red Sword. Some said it was a herald of dragons, which had made men laugh before the fist. No one was laughing now. Jon walked the yard under it with Cinder pacing him along the lychyard wall. The dragon's eyes turned up to the comet the way ghosts' were always turned north, and he thought that he had come to live in a world that was all omens now, and that the trouble with a world of omens was that it never told you what to do, only that you were too small for what was being done. Eamon was waiting with wine warming on the brazier and a second cup poured, which was new. The old man did not drink with stewards. "Sit," Eamon said. "Drink. You have a soldier's habit of standing in doorways as though the room might be a trap, and tonight the only thing in this room that could hurt you is the truth, and you cannot dodge that by the door." He waited until Jon sat. "I have been deciding these last days how much to tell you, and I have decided that the question is wrong. A man does not get to choose how much of the truth to carry, only whether he carries it knowing or blind. You will carry all of it either way. Blind is heavier, so, Jon said. "Tell me of your mother." It landed where the old man had aimed it. "I don't have one to tell of," Jon said. "My father never spoke her name, not once in 18 years. I asked when I was small enough not to know better. He told me she was dead and that I should not ask again, and the look on him when he said it." He stopped. He had not come to talk about this. He never talked about this. "He's the most honest man I've ever known. He'd detail a king to his face a truth that would cost him his head. And about my mother he lied, or near enough to lying that I never learned the difference for 18 years and never once was easy about it. I used to think she must have been some camp follower he was ashamed of. Now," Jon looked at the wine and did not drink it. "Now I've watched a stone egg I shouldn't have been able to wake hatch on my own blood, and 100-year-old prince of a burned house tells me he wasn't surprised, and I find I would rather talk about almost anything else." "I know," said Eamon gently, "which is how I know you have already done the arithmetic, and are only waiting for an old man to say the sum aloud so that you need not be the one who said it." He turned his blind face toward the brazier. "I will say it. I have nothing left to lose by saying it, which is the one freedom great age gives you in exchange for everything else it takes. Listen, then, to a true thing, and decide for yourself what it weighs. Near 20 years ago, a prince of my house rode south to a tourney at Harrenhal, and there he saw a girl, a northern girl, wild and gray-eyed, a wolf girl of the Starks, and he crowned her queen of love and beauty with a wreath of winter roses in front of her betrothed and his own wife and half the lords of the realm. And the whole of the war that followed grew out of that one mad, gentle act like a tree out of a seed. They say Rhaegar carried her off. They say she went. The truth is in a grave, and I will not pretend to it. But I knew Rhaegar, child, by his letters and by the blood we shared, and I will tell you what no Meister wrote. He was not a man who took women to slake himself. He was a man who read a prophecy as a boy and spent his whole short life trying to be equal to it. The prince that was promised, born to end the long night, the song of ice and fire. He believed a hero must be born of his line to stand against the cold when it came again, and he believed it the way you and I believe the wall is tall as a fact, as a thing to build a life on. He thought it was his son. Then he thought it must take 3. The dragon must have 3 heads, he said, and no one understood him, and then he died at the Trident with rubies bleeding into the river and his northern wolf girl already big with a child no one ever found. The brazier popped. Overhead the ravens were silent, the way they always went silent when the old man's voice dropped into the register he used for the true and terrible things. Your father is the most honest man you have ever known, Eamon went on. He found his sister dying in a tower in the Red Mountains of Dorne at the end of that war, with his dead friend's men around her and a baby in the room. And he came north with a bastard he never explained and never named the mother of. And he let the whole realm believe Eddard Stark had broken his marriage vows one time in a long, honorable life, rather than let it believe the truth. Ask yourself what truth a man like that would lie his honor away to bury. Not a camp follower, child. A man does not spend his good name to hide a camp follower. He spends it to hide a sword that hangs over a child's neck. Robert Baratheon put a warhammer through Rhaegar's chest and then sat the Iron Throne and had the prince's other children dashed against a wall, an infant girl and a boy of 2, and called it the work of his new dawn. What do you imagine he would have done with one more dragon's child, found alive, half a Stark? Your father did not lie to shame you, Jon. He lied to keep you breathing. It is the most honorable thing I have ever heard of a man doing, and he did it for 18 years without once being thanked, because the thanks would have been the death of you. Jon sat very still. The wine had gone cold in the cup and he had not touched it. There was a roaring in him that had no sound, the roaring of a whole life turning over on its axis. Every memory he owned of his father's silence resettling into a new and unbearable shape. The averted eyes at the high table. The promise once made that he would tell Jon of his mother when next they met. A promise his father had carried south to King's Landing and into a war, and, the Raven said, into a black cell under the Red Keep where he now waited on a usurper's mercy that men like Eddard Stark were not, in the end, ever granted. You don't know, Jon said at last, and his voice came out steadier than he was. You're guessing. A clever old man with a comet and a dragon and a story he wants to be true, fitting it all together because the shape is beautiful. You don't have proof. No, Eamon agreed at once, and the readiness of the agreement was worse than any argument. I have no proof. I have a dragon in your lichyard that came to no hand but yours, and a Stark who is not a Stark by any law of blood I know, and a prophecy my brother's son died believing, that the dragon must have 3 heads, in a year when one woke 3 across the narrow sea and another woke 1 at the edge of the world. And I have 100 years of watching the gods move their pieces, child. And I have learned that, when the pattern is this beautiful, it is usually also true. Because the gods are artists before they are anything kind, but number I cannot prove it. I am offering you a question, not a crown. The question is this, and you will spend the rest of your life answering it whether you like the question or not. If your blood is what I think it is, then you are not a brother of the Watch who happens to have a dragon. You are the thing the cold has been coming for since before there were vows to swear, and the vow you took to hide from the world is the smallest box anyone has ever tried to fold a dragon into. The vow is the only thing I chose. Jon was on his feet. He did not remember rising. Everything else was done to me. My mother, my name, my father's lies, this. His hand went toward the lichyard, toward the heat of the thing that slept there. This was done to me on a hill by a cold I didn't call and a blood I never asked for. The watch I chose. I knelt in front of a heart tree and I gave my word freely, the one free thing a bastard ever gets to do, and you're telling me it doesn't count, that I was never really a brother, that I was always going to be a Targaryen prince playing at black wool. I won't have it. I'd rather be a bastard who kept his word than a prince who broke it the first time a beautiful story gave him leave. Good, said Eamon. Jon stopped. You think I am trying to seat you on a throne. The old man's clouded eyes found him with the uncanny accuracy of the blind. I am the last man alive who would wish that on a person I had come to care for. I gave up my own claim, child. 3 times kings of my house sent to the wall asking the Meister Prince to come home and rule, and 3 times I let them choose another, and watched what my choosing spared me. Aegon the Unworthy, The Blackfyre Wars, my brother Aerys gone mad and burning men alive in the throne room, my nephew Rhaegar dead in a river, all of it, all of my blood drowning, and a chain around my neck, the only rope I had to hold to. And before the drowning, child, there was the fire. You should know the price, since the gods have handed you the thing and seem disinclined to tell you what it costs. My father's father was Aegon, the fifth of that name, a good king, the best of us in an age, and he was raised among the small folk and loved them, and he spent his reign learning that a good heart is not enough to mend a broken realm, and at the end of it he came to believe, as Rhaegar would believe after him, that the strength his house had lost was a strength of dragons, and that dragons might be woken again if a man knew the way of it, the blood and the fire and the death, the very road you stumbled down by accident on your hill. He gathered his dearest kin to a summer castle called Summerhall, the loveliest house we ever built, and he gathered eggs and wise men and a wood witch and a great deal of certainty. And on a night of the year's longest light he tried to wake the dragons back into the world by design. I was not there. I was here, child, on this wall, a Maester already, because I had chosen the chain over the candle they were lighting. They are all dead. Summerhall burned to its foundations in a single night, the king and his son and half the court and the dream all together, and no one living knows for certain what was woken or what went wrong. Only that fire answered the calling and answered it wrongly, and took the callers with it. My brother Aerys was born of that grief, and went mad of it in the end, and Rhaegar was born in the smoke of it on the very night it burned, and spent his life trying to be worth the price his family had already paid for him. That is what dragons cost, not gold. Kin, the thing across the sea cost that girl a husband and a son in the fire, the ravens say, before ever an egg cracked. Yours cost 200 brothers on a hill. The price is always paid in the people the dragon stands among, and it is always paid in full, and it is never, ever asked in advance. Number, I do not want you to want the throne. I want you to understand the difference between a vow that hides you and a vow that uses you, because the cold does not care which vow you took, and the realm does not care, and the only person in all the world who can decide what your blood is for is the person who has it, and that person is too tired and too honest to lie to. And so I am telling him the truth and letting him hate me for it, which is the last gift an old man has to give. The silence after that was a long one. Cinder stirred beyond the wall, and through it Jon felt the dragon's heat like a hand at his back, patient, the same patience the egg had pressed against his ribs on the night before the fist, the patience of a thing that had waited 150 years and could wait a little longer for a frightened man to finish being frightened. What do I do? Jon said. It was not surrender. It was the question under the question, the one a steward asks when the counting is done and the number is terrible. If you're right. If I'm that, what do I actually do, Aemon, tonight, tomorrow? With Mormont, with the vow, with a castle full of brothers who'd burn me for a sorcerer if Thorne gave them the word. The prophecy doesn't tell me that. The blood doesn't tell me that. You can hand a man the most beautiful question in the world and he still has to get up in the morning and decide where to put his feet. No, Aemon said, and for the first time that night something that was almost a smile moved in the ruin of his face. It does not. That is the part the songs always leave out, that a destiny is a great deal of mornings, and you have to be awake for each one. For tonight, drink the wine, it is the last of a cask I have been saving for an occasion and I cannot think of a better, and you have let it go cold, which is a waste a man my age takes personally. For tomorrow, tell no one what I have told you, not Samwell, who loves you and could not keep it off his face, not Mormont, who would have to act on it and is not ready, and neither are you. The truth of your blood is a blade with no hilt, child. Hold it wrong and it is your hand it opens. For the rest, the old man lifted his cup and his hand shook, and Jon reached without thinking and steadied it, the two of them holding the one cup, the oldest dragon and the newest. For the rest, we will see how many mornings the gods allow, and we will decide each of them as it comes, and we will try, you and I, to be a little wiser than my house has usually managed. It is a low bar. We may yet clear it. One thing more, and then I will let you drink in peace. The girl across the sea woke 3. You woke 1. Rhaegar said the dragon must have 3 heads, and I have spent the night you were dreading deciding whether to frighten you with it, and have decided you are owed the fright. I do not know what the 3 heads are. Riders, perhaps. Champions. 3 of the blood to stand at the 3 points of the world when the long night comes down, as it is coming down. I am too old to ride to meet a prophecy, and you are too bound, and the girl is an ocean away, and does not know you live. But the pattern is moving, child, after 150 years of lying still, and when a pattern this old begins to move it does not stop because the pieces would prefer to stay where they were set. You may spend your life refusing the throne. I would think better of you for it. But you will not get to refuse the war, and the war is going to keep introducing you to the others it has chosen, whether you wish to be introduced or not. The old man's hand found Jon's in the dark and pressed it, dry and light and certain. Drink your wine. I have frightened you enough for one night, and it is the only kindness left in the cup. Jon drank. The wine was very good, and it was warm again where his hand had held it near the brazier. And for a moment, in the warm room under the silent ravens with the dragon's heat at his back, the morning seemed a long way off and survivable. It was not. The morning came with a raven, and the raven changed everything. Mormont sent for him at dawn, and Jon found the old bear in his solar with 3 ravens, worth of small paper curled on the table and a face like the wall in a thaw, all the hard certainty of its slumping. Bowen Marsh was there, and Othel Yarwick, and a 4th man Jon did not know, road-stained, a maester's chain at his throat, who had come up the King's Road in the night from White Harbor with letters the realm had not meant the watch to read this soon. Sit, Mormont said. Number stand, you'll want to be standing. The girl across the sea, the Targaryen girl with the 3 dragons. The free cities are in an uproar over her. She's taken a stapper in Yunkai. She's marching on slavers with an army out of nothing and 3 dragons growing at her heels. And the whole of the South has spent a season deciding she is a long way off and a woman and not their concern. He put his thick finger on a curl of paper. And now this. Words gone down the King's Road, Snow. I do not know which of 44 frightened men could not keep his mouth shut at a weighhouse, or whether it was a raven I did not send, but the thing we agreed to keep quiet is quiet no longer. They are saying at White Harbor that the Night's Watch has a dragon. They are saying it as a wonder and a jape and a wildling's tale, and some of them are saying it is the bastard of Winterfell who holds it, Ned Stark's bastard, brother to the young wolf who calls himself king in the north, and Snow. The old bear looked up, and the weariness in him was a thing Jon had never been shown before. A wonder and a jape is exactly how a thing like this starts. Tomorrow it is a rumor. Next moon it is a question asked in a small council chamber in King's Landing, and the question is not is it true. The question is who does it point at, and what do we do about it before our enemies do. We have run out of the one thing I bought us in the Shield Hall. We have run out of time. The road-stained Maester spoke then in the dry, careful voice of his order. There is more, Lord Commander, that came south to north as well as north to south. The Lady Melisandre, the Red Priestess at Dragonstone who serves Stannis Baratheon, has been preaching to any who will hear that her God has shown her a champion against the dark, a warrior of fire reborn to stand against a great cold, amidst salt and smoke, where a dragon wakes from stone. Stannis' cause is broken since the battle on the Blackwater. His fleet burned, his lords fled, and a broken king grasps at any rope. There are those at his court who hear that a dragon has woken from stone at the wall in the cold, and do not think it a jape at all. They think it is their prophecy, And a king with a prophecy and no army left to lose, my lords, is the most dangerous neighbor a wall can have. Bowen Marsh had gone the color of old tallow. Then we are caught between two fires and the dead besides, he said, and for once there was no ledger in his voice, only a careful man watching the careful world he understood come apart. The young wolf wars in the riverlands and the west, and is winning battles and losing the war by these letters. For the Lannisters hold the king and the treasury and the Tyrells now both, and Tywin Lannister has never in his life left a loose thread he could cut. The Greyjoys have taken the western shore of the north, while its lords are south bleeding for a crown. Stannis sits broken at Dragonstone with a red woman whispering prophecy in his ear. And every one of them, Lord Commander, every single grasping one, is going to read your honest raven and hear the same word, which is not dragon and is not dead. It is north, a dragon in the hands of a Stark at the wall, while the north is in open revolt against the Iron Throne. We have not declared for the young wolf. We have something worse than declared. We have handed his enemies a reason to believe the Watch is the secret armory of the king in the north, and there is not a raven in the rookery fast enough to catch the one you are about to send and explain that we meant it kindly. He sat down heavily. I do not say this to wound Snow. I say it because it is the shape of the thing, and someone in this room must say the shape of the thing aloud. The shape of the thing, said Mormont heavily, is that there is no move left that is not a bad one. I have weighed silence. Silence dies. I have weighed a lie. A lie dies worse and takes our honor with it, and our honor is the last coin the Watch has that the realm still values. So we will spend the truth, because it is the only coin we have that does not rot, and we will hope that somewhere among 4 kings there is one with the wit to hear shield where the others hear sword. He did not sound as though he believed it. He sounded like a man who had decided that someone in his place said such things whether he believed them or not, because the saying of them was part of the office, like the count of the salt beef and the burning of the dead. Jon stood in the cold solar with the small curled papers and the 4 grim faces, and the comet's last light dying in the window, and understood that the warm room of the night before was already a country he could not return to. Eamon had given him a beautiful question and a single night to hold it in private. The world had taken the night back at dawn. He thought of the dragon in the lich yard, grown past a chain, beating its new wings at a sky that would soon hold it, and he thought of the kings of the realm turning their faces north one by one, the way the dead had turned their blue eyes up to the pillar of fire on the fist, every grasping power in a war-torn kingdom looking at the edge of the world and seeing, not a shield against the night, but a sword that someone had better pick up before someone else did. "What do you mean to do?" Jon asked Mormont. And the old bear was quiet a long moment, an old man at the end of his road weighing a thing too heavy for any one man's hands. "I mean to send a raven of my own," Mormont said at last, "before they can frame the question for me. I mean to tell the realm the truth, which is that the Watch holds a dragon against the dead and takes no part in the wars of kings, and I mean to say it plainly to every king who claims a crown, so that no one of them can whisper that we are secretly the creature of another. It will not work. I am old enough to know it will not work. You cannot tell grasping men about a sword and expect them to hear shield. But a lie would work worse, and silence worst of all, and so I will send the truth and let it do what truth does, which is to make everyone equally angry." He looked at Jon, and there was something in it that was almost an apology and was certainly a warning. "Go and tell your dragon, Snow, that the world is about to come to the wall to look at it, and pray to whatever gods a bastard owns that when they come asking and not taking." He went down to the lich yard before the ravens flew, because Mormont had told him to, and because he did not know where else to put himself. Cinder came to the wall and lowered its great head to him, and he leaned his brow against the hot scales and let the heat of it steady the cold turning in his chest. And he did the thing he always did when the world grew too large, which was to make it small enough to count. The vow forbade him the wars of the realm. Very well. He turned the vow in his hands the way Eamon turned the truth, looking for the seam, and found it where he had begun to suspect it lay. The wars of the realm were wars over the chair. Who sat the Iron Throne, who held Winterfell, whose son wore which crown. The whole bloody arithmetic of the South was an argument about who would rule the living, and that all of that the vow rightly forbade him, and he found he did not even want it. But the dead did not want the chair. The dead wanted the living, all of them, king and bastard and babe, wanted them cold and blue-eyed and walking, and a war against that was not a war of the realm at all. It was the war the realm existed to make possible, the war the wall had been raised to fight, the only war a brother of the Watch had ever truly been permitted. The seam was there. Whether any king in the South would believe a bastard who claimed to see it, that was another question, and a colder one. But the seam was there, and Jon Snow held to it the way he held to the dragon's heat, because a man with a terrible question needs at least one true thing to set his feet on, and that was his. The Raven went south within the hour, 3 of them, copies against the chance of hawks and storms and the long cold miles, black wings beating out over the wall and down the King's Road into a realm of kings at war, carrying 11 words that could not be unsaid. That at the edge of the world against the rising dark, the Night's Watch had woken a dragon and would hold it for the living and bend the knee to no crown. Jon watched them go from the top of the wall with Cinder screaming at them from the lichyard below, wanting to follow, not yet able, and he did not need Eamon's 100 years to read the omen in it. The dragon wanted the sky. The world was about to give it a reason to take it, and there would be no folding it back into a box of black wool ever again. Chapter 4, End Chapter 5. The Things That Come in the Night. The first time Cinder flew in war, it was to save men who would have hanged Jon for a sorcerer the moon before, and that was the whole of the new world in a single morning. That everyone hated the dragon until the dead came, and then everyone loved it, and the loving was somehow worse, because it had a use in it. A ranging out of Eastwatch had gone north to bring in the last of the free folk fleeing south, and the ranging had not come back, and then it had, in a manner of speaking. The Watchers saw them at dawn, a dozen black dots strung out across the snow, a league from the wall, running, and behind the running dots, a darkness on the land that the spyglass could not resolve into anything because there was nothing in it to resolve, only the dead, a low gray tide of them pouring out of the tree line faster than living men had any right to move, gaining. Mormont could not open the gate. That was the agony of it, and Jon watched the old bear understand it on the wall walk, watched the arithmetic happen behind the carved cold face. To crack the gate for a dozen men was to crack it for the 10,000 dead behind them. And so the law of the wall, which was older and crueler than any vow, said let them die at the foot of the ice, 12 brothers in sight of home, with the gate shut. Bowen Marsh said it aloud because someone had to, and he said it gently, and he was right, and Mormont's hands closed on the parapet until the leather of his gloves creaked. "Open it when I say," Jon said. He had not meant to speak. He was learning that he never meant to speak. In the moments that mattered, the body decided, and the mouth obeyed, and the clever counting steward came running after with reasons. But he was already moving for the winch cage, and Cinder was already screaming in the lichyard below, because the dragon felt what Jon felt the way Ghost did, sharper now, the bond grown thick as a cable between them, and Jon shouted up at the old bear from the cage as it dropped. "Open the gate when the dragon is between them in it. Not before. I'll give you the room. Trust me one more time, my lord, and shut it the moment they're through, and let no man wait on my account." He did not hear the answer. He did not need it. He came off the cage at the base of the wall and went out the sally port into the killing cold with Longclaw on his back and dragonglass in his fist. And he climbed onto the dragon the way a drowning man climbs onto the only floating thing, which was the only way he had ever done anything with it. And Cinder went up. There is no describing the first time, and Jon never tried after when men asked. The ground fell away, and the cold became a wind, became a scream, and the wings he had watched beat uselessly against the Lichyard sky now bit the air and threw it down, and the whole vast machine of the dragon's body worked under him, around him, the heat of it rising through his thighs and his hands, and below him the white world tilted and spread and showed him the truth the wall-walk had hidden, how many of them there were. The dead were not a tide. A tide has an edge. This had no edge. It came out of the tree line and kept coming, and the snow behind the tree line was gray to the limit of sight, the whole haunted forest emptying itself toward the wall, and the 12 running men were a thread of black at the front of it. And Jon, 300 feet up on a dragon, did the only thing a man can do in the face of a number too large to fight, which was to make it smaller. "Now," he said, and Cinder needed no telling. The fire came out of it in a sheet this time, not the whip of the retreat but a flood, white at the root and gold along its length, and where it touched the front rank of the dead the snow itself caught, the very ground burning, and the whites went up not one at a time, but in their dozens, their hundreds. A wall of flame laid down across the snow between the running men and the things that ran them down. Jon felt the heat of it on his own face from above, and the cold of the dead going out beneath it. That cold that was an argument, drowned for a moment under an older argument still. And he understood the thing Eamon had been trying to tell him. That fire was not a weapon the way a sword was a weapon. That fire was the first word the world had ever spoken against the dark, and the dragon was the throat that spoke it. And that he, Jon Snow, had become the smallest and strangest part of an old sentence. Cinder ran the line of fire the length of the field, and the dead burned, and the 12 men reached the foot of the wall, and the gate cracked exactly as wide and exactly as long as Jon had bought them with the burning, and they went through it, 11 of them, one falling in the last yards with 3 dead things on his back that the gate fire took along with him, and the gate boomed shut, and Cinder came down inside the ice with a downbeat that flattened the snow in the yard and scattered the brothers like leaves. And Jon slid off it into a silence that was the loudest thing he had ever stood in. They had watched a bastard burn an army. There was no unwatching it. Bowen Marsh, who had been right about the law and right about everything, stood on the wall-walk with the spyglass forgotten in his hand, and looked down at Jon with the particular horror of a careful man who has just been shown that all his careful laws were written for a smaller world. And the young ones, the green boys, the hungry ones, were already making a sound Jon had never heard them make, and would learn to dread more than Thorne's contempt and Marsh's fear together. They were cheering. Mormont came down off the wall to meet him in the yard, and the brothers fell back to let the old bear through. And for a moment the 2 of them stood in the trampled snow with the dragon steaming behind Jon, and the 11 saved men weeping or praying or simply sitting where their legs had failed them. And Mormont did not speak of the law he had been about to obey, or the gate, or the brother lost in the last yards. He looked at the field beyond the wall, where a quarter-mile of dead lay burning in the dawn, and the smoke of it stood up black against the pale sky like a thing written there. There were 100 men on this wall who wanted you dead a sennight ago, the old bear said quietly. Watch them now. Jon watched. The green boys were crowding the wall-walk to look at the burning, and the rangers who had survived the fist stood among them with the particular stillness of men who had already learned what the boys were only now discovering, and even Bowen Marsh had not gone back inside. That is worse than the hating, Snow, and I will tell you why, because you are clever enough to need telling only once. A man who hates you wants you gone. A man who needs you wants you to stay and do the thing he needs again and again until you are used up, and he will call it love the whole time he is spending you. You just taught every frightened man on this wall that there is a thing in the world that makes the dead burn, and that it answers to you and to no one else. They will never let you put that down now. Not the Watch. Not the kings who are coming. Not the wildlings out there freezing in your shadow. You have made yourself into the one thing none of them can do without. And the reward for that, boy, is that you belong to all of them and to yourself least of all. He turned to go and stopped, and added without looking back the truest thing anyone said to Jon that winter. I have spent my life learning to want nothing for myself but the Watch. I thought it made me free. It only made me useful. Mind you learn the difference faster than I did. You have less time. The wildlings came 3 days later, and they came under a gray banner, which no one had ever seen them do, because the free folk did not treat with Nilers and did not, as a rule, own banners, and the strangeness of it brought Mormont himself to the top of the wall to look. The host filled the land. Where the dead had no edge, the wildlings had too many. A nation on the move, not an army. Mammoths and giants and goats and dogs and women and children and old men, and the hard spearwives and harder raiders. The whole of the free folk poured down out of the cold into the killing ground before the wall, and they did not charge it. They made camp at the edge of bowshot in the open, in the sight of the men who had spent 8,000 years keeping them out, and they sent forward, under the gray banner, 3 riders, and one of them was singing. Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, had been a brother of the Night's Watch once, before he put off the black for a wildling's freedom, and he sang his way to a parley because he knew, as few men born south of the wall ever learned, exactly how much a thing could be worth that no one expected. Mormont went down to meet him on the cold ground between the host and the gate, with Jon at his side, because Mance had asked for Jon by name, which told them all how far the word had run. "The bastard with the dragon," Mance said, when they stood close enough to speak. He was a lean man in patched blacks and faded reds, with shrewd brown eyes and a mouth made for songs and lies, and he looked at Jon the way a horse trader looks at a horse he has already decided to own and is now deciding what to pay. "I had a dozen names for what you were when the runners brought it. A trick, a wildfire jape of the kneelers, a frozen man's dream. And then I came over a rise 4 nights ago and saw the sky burn a league off, and I stopped having names for it, and I am a man who has always had a name for everything. That is a rare gift you have given me, Lord Snow. You have made Mance Rayder run out of words." "I'm not a lord," Jon said. "No," Mance agreed cheerfully. "Better than a lord. A lord I'd know how to fight." He turned his shrewd eyes on Mormont. "Here is the shape of it, Lord Crow, and I'll give it to you straight because I haven't the men or the time to do it crooked. There is a cold coming behind me that eats the world, and your wall is the only thing standing that's tall enough to put it off, and I have 100,000 souls at my back who will die in the snow if they stay on the wrong side of it. I came here to break your wall before. I'll tell you that plain. I had a plan, and it was a good one, and then your bastard lit the sky on fire, and I threw the plan in the snow, because a man does not break down the one door in the world with a dragon behind it. So I am not here to fight you. I am here to ask you a question that your order has never once in 8,000 years had to answer, and I want the old crow and the dragon both to hear me ask it." He spread his empty hands. "The dead are coming for all of us. Crows and free folk and kneelers and kings, all the same to the cold." "Whose side is the fire on?" One of the other riders barked a laugh at that, a huge red bear of a man with a beard like a brushfire, and walked his Garen a few steps closer despite the crow's bows bending toward him. "Whose side is the fire on?" the big man repeated, savoring it. "Listen to him. Mance Raider, the cleverest man north of your wall, and he comes all this way to ask a crow a riddle. I'm Tormund, boy. Giant's Bane, husband to bears, father to hosts, and a dozen names besides that I earned and a few I made up, and I'll tell you what the king's too proud to. We are done running. There's nowhere left north of here that isn't teeth, so your fire can be on our side, or it can watch us die at the foot of your pretty ice, and then face the cold alone with 100,000 fresh corpses added to the wrong army. That's the whole of the riddle. The king dresses it up because he loves a song. Me, I just want to know if the Dragon Boy has the stones to do the obvious thing before the obvious thing does us all. He grinned through the brushfire beard, and there was no malice in it, only the awful directness of a man who had stopped having time for anything else. I hope you do. I've taken a liking to you, and I'd hate to watch your dragon cook me. It was, Jon thought, the most dangerous question anyone had asked yet, more dangerous than Eamon's, because Eamon's question was about who Jon was and this one was about what the dragon was for, and the whole of the war, the real war, the only war, turned on the answer. Mormont did not answer it. The old bear was too old and too wary to answer it standing on open ground in front of 100,000 wildlings. And he said the things a Lord Commander says, that the watch took no part, that the gate stayed shut, that he would carry Mance's words to no one because the watch did not treat with the king beyond the wall. And Mance heard all of it with the patience of a man who had expected nothing else, and had come for a different reason entirely. Which became plain when his eyes went back to Jon and stayed there. "Keep your gate shut then," Mance said. "I'll camp my 100,000 in your shadow and let the cold decide which of us it visits first. But I'll leave you a gift, Crow, so you remember Mance Raider dealt fair." He lifted a hand, and one of the riders behind him swung down and pulled back a hood, and it was a woman, young, red-haired, kissed by fire as the free folk said, with a wildling spear across her back and a wildling's flat, fearless stare. And she looked at the dragon and then at Jon, and did not look away from either the way every other living soul had learned to. "This is Ygritte," Mance said. "She was taken on the Milkwater by your Eastwatch men a moon ago and got herself loose and walked back to me through country that's killing armed men, which tells you what she's made of. She knows the dead. She's seen the things that walk behind them with her own eyes, closer than any crow alive. And she'll tell your old Meister everything she saw freely as my gift, because the more your fire knows about the cold, the longer we all live. I'm giving you my best scout, Lord Snow. Try not to get her killed. She's worth more than your whole watch, and she knows it." The woman called Ygritte looked Jon up and down with an expression that managed to be contempt and challenge and something else all at once. "You know nothing," she said, which seemed to be a thing she said the way other people said hello, "but your beast knows something. It looked at me back there like it was deciding. The free folk have a story about that, about a fire-made flesh that walks at the end of the world when the cold comes and burns a road through the dark for the living to walk out on." She tipped her head at the dragon and at Jon under it. "Half my camp thinks that's you. The other half thinks you're a kneeler boy who got lucky with a witch's egg. I haven't decided. But I'll tell you this for nothing, Crow, since the king's giving me away like a goat at a wedding. Whatever you are, you're the only warm thing I've seen in 2 moons that the cold was afraid of, and I've stopped caring whose side that's supposed to be on." They gave her to Aemon, and to Jon, because the dragon suffered her near it when it suffered no one else, which Aemon noted with the still attention he gave to all omens and said nothing about. And over the days that followed she sat in the warm of the rookery and the warmer reach of the lich-yard and told them the cold from the inside, the thing no Meister's book held. How the dead moved, faster in the deep night and slower in what passed for day. How they came apart at fire and lay down at dragonglass. How the things that drove them, the White Walkers, the others, did not seem to feel the cold as cold, walked through blizzards that killed mammoths, and turned always away from open flame, the way a man turns from a thing that disgusts him more than it frightens him. Jon listened and counted and gave it all to the dragon in the only way he had, which was to be near it while he thought, so that what he learned settled into the bond between them the way water settles into dry ground. There was one thing she told them that Jon carried away heavier than the rest. Aemon had asked her, in his still careful way, whether the others had ever spoken, whether the cold had a will that could be reasoned with or only a hunger that could be fought. Ygritte had gone quiet, which she rarely did, and when she answered, the mockery was gone out of her entirely. "Once," she said, "on the Milkwater in a fog I got separated and I came on one of them standing in the trees, close as you are. It didn't come for me. It looked at me. And I swear by every god there is or isn't crow, it was waiting, not hunting, waiting. Like a man stands at the edge of a field he means to plant, that he's in no hurry over, because the field isn't going anywhere and neither is he." She wrapped her hands around the warm cup Aemon had given her. "That's what I couldn't tell the king, because it'd break the spirit of the host to hear it. They're not raiding us. They're harvesting. We're the crop, and they have all the winter there is." The old Maester had been silent a long while after that. His clouded eyes turned toward the brazier, and at last he had said only, "Then we must teach the field to burn." And the dragon in the lich-yard had lifted its head at the word as though it had been addressed by name. And he learned Ygritte, because she would not be merely listened to. She mocked the wall and the vows and the kneeling and the Maesters, and the way the crows pissed in pots like frightened old women, and she did it to draw him out. And it worked, because under the mockery was the only honest hunger Jon had met since the fist. A hunger to live, plain and fierce and unashamed, in a body that had decided the cold was not going to have it without a fight. One night in the lich-yard, with the dragon's heat around them and the snow falling soundless past the old burning stones, she stopped mocking and looked at him a long while and said, "They told me crows cut their stones off. Vows. No woman, no wife, no warmth, nothing of your own, your whole life given to a wall that won't remember your name." She moved closer to the dragon's heat and to him. "That's the saddest thing I ever heard, and I've heard a man freeze to death singing. You woke a dragon out of a stone, Jon Snow. You're the most alive thing on this dead wall, and you've sworn yourself to never once feel it." She did not touch him. She let the not touching be the thing, which was crueler and kinder than touching. And Jon, who had spent his whole life learning to want nothing because a bastard who wanted nothing could not be robbed, sat in the heat of the impossible thing he had made and discovered the flaw in a lifetime's strategy, which was that a man with nothing to lose has also nothing to live for, and that the dragon, in waking, had woken something in him too, and that he was no longer certain the vow he had clung to was a kept promise rather than a place to hide. He did not break it, not that night. He was Ned Stark's son in the only way that had ever been allowed to matter, which was that his word, once given, was the spine he stood on, and he would not bend it because a fire-kissed woman had shown him the cost of keeping it. But he understood, sitting there, that Aemon had been righter than the old man knew. The vow had been a box he folded himself into to be safe, and the dragon would not fit in the box, and neither, he was beginning to fear, would he. Mance came to the gate twice more in those days, under his gray banner, and each time he spoke less to Mormont and more to Jon, and Jon understood the shape of the courtship even as it was happening to him. The king beyond the wall did not want the dragon for a weapon the way the southern kings would want it. He wanted it for a door. "You could lead us south, you know," Mance said the second time, leaning on the bars of the outer gate as though they were a fence between neighbors and not 8,000 years of slaughter. "Through your wall, into the empty lands your kneeler lords have left to rot. Not as raiders, as men. 100,000 free folk and a dragon, and there's not a lord in the north could say you nay. They'd not even have to love you. They'd only have to fear you the right amount, which is a thing a dragon arranges without you lifting a hand. He smiled his songmaker's smile. Think on it. The crows offered you a wall to die behind. I'm offering you a people to live in front of. One of those is a vow. The other is a home. I had to leave the black to learn the difference, and I think you're cleverer than I was. Jon did not answer him either, but the offer sat in him after, beside Eamon's question and Ygritte's and the dead's. One more hand reaching for the thing he held, and he began to keep a tally of them the way he kept all tallies. The people who wanted the dragon and the things they wanted it for. And the tally frightened him more than the cold did, because the cold at least only wanted him dead. And wanting a man dead was the simplest hunger in the world to understand. The cost came on the 7th night, and it came the way the worst things always came, from the dark, without a horn, because the dead had learned. A finger of the great host beyond the host, a hunting party of whites driven forward in the blackest hour, found the wildling camp before they found the wall, and the screaming started among the free folk, and Jon woke to it already running for the dragon, because the bond had woken him before the screams did. He took Cinder up into a night with no moon, and burned a road of fire through the wildling camp to save the people the Watch had spent 8,000 years trying to keep out. And in the red light of it, he saw Mance Rayder fighting on foot with a sword in each hand, and giants swinging clubs the size of men, and Ygritte with her spear and a snarl, and the dead going down before the dragon fire in their hundreds, and he saw, too, the price, the children the cold had reached before the fire could. The spearwives gone blue-eyed and turned against their own, the mammoth burning because there had been no way to kill the dead thing on its back without it. Gren died in that hour, and Jon saw it from above and could do nothing, which was the particular cruelty of the dragon, that it gave him the whole field and took from him the power to be anywhere on it but where the fire was needed most. Big, slow, unkillable Gren, who had bellowed his fear into noise on the fist and lived, had come out the sally port with a dozen brothers to hold a breach in the wildling line where the dead were pouring through toward the gate, and he held it, the way he had always held things, by being too stubborn to understand he could not. Jon laid fire across the breach and sealed it and saved the gate, and when the light of the burning fell on the place where the line had been, Gren was down under the dead he had stopped, dragonglass still in his fist, and there was no time to grieve him and no time to burn him properly and no time for anything but the next breach and the next, which was how the war ate men, not in songs, but in moments too crowded to hold a single death. Pip found the body at dawn and would not leave it, and Sam wept, and Jon did not, because Jon had learned on the fist that grief was a fire you could not afford to light in the middle of a battle, and the battle, he was beginning to understand, was never going to end, only change its shape. The Watch held the wall that night because the fire held the field, and 100,000 wildlings lived to see the dawn who would not have. And when the gray light came up over a killing ground of ash and the slain of 2 peoples mingled in the snow, the free folk came out of their camp in their thousands and looked up at the bastard on the dragon, and a sound went through them, low at first and then rising, the same sound the green boys had made on the wall walk, the worst sound in the world. They were not cheering. They were older than cheering. They were calling a name, Ygritte's name for him, the story's name, the fire made flesh, and it ran through 100,000 throats and up the 700 feet of the wall to where Mormont stood gray and sleepless and afraid. And Jon Snow heard a nation that had bent the knee to no king in 8,000 years begin, in the ashes of its own dead, to bend it to him. And he understood that the question Mance had asked on the cold ground had answered itself in the only way questions like that ever did, which was that he had not chosen a side, the fire had chosen him, and the whole world, the living and the dead and the free folk and the Nilers and the kings, was beginning to arrange itself around a thing he had never once asked to be. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. The first the crown's man came up the King's Road in the worst of the winter, which told Jon how badly the South wanted the dragon, because no one rode to the wall in that, whether for anything they could afford to lose. His name was Sir Godfrey Faring, and he came with a royal warrant under the king's own seal, and a dozen knights at his back, and the particular confidence of a man who had never in his life been told no by anyone who lacked an army. He stood in Mormont's solar with the snow still melting off his cloak, and read the thing aloud, because the crown liked its commands read aloud, so that the hearing of them became a kind of submission before a man had even answered. The Iron Throne, in the name of King Tommen, first of his name, commanded the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch to deliver up the beast known as a dragon, and the bastard Jon Snow, who was said to control it, into the custody of the crown, to be conveyed south under guard, that so dangerous a weapon might be kept by the rightful sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, and not by an order of oath-bound men, whose neutrality such a possession made a mockery of. Refusal would be taken as treason, treason would be answered. The Watch's lands in the gift, its incomes, the very grain that kept it alive through winter, all of it ran south through ports and holdfasts the crown could close with a word, and Sir Godfrey made certain everyone in the solar understood that the word was already half spoken. "It is a generous offer," Sir Godfrey said, into the silence. "The crown might simply have named you traitors and had done. Instead, His Grace offers to take a burden off your hands and feed you for the privilege. I have seen the thing from the road, Lord Commander. I watched it burn the sky. No sane man lets such a power sit in the hands of a stark bastard at the edge of the world while the North is in open rebellion. Surrender it, and you are loyal men who did your duty. Keep it, and you are rebels hiding behind a wall, and the realm has a long memory and a longer reach." Jon stood by the wall and counted the faces, because the faces were the battle, not the warrant. He watched Bowen Marsh, and saw the careful man here under the threat, the one argument he had been making since the Shield Hall, that a brother could not hold a dragon, that the law was the law, that here at last was a way to be rid of the thing and keep the Watch whole and fed and neutral. He watched Thorne and saw a colder thing, a man who had hated Jon for years on principle and had just been handed a principle that wore a crown. And he watched Mormont and could not read him, which was the most frightening thing in the room. Jon did the sum the warrant was built to stop him doing, because that was the one thing a steward could always do, even cornered, even afraid. The crown did not believe in the dead. That was the whole of it, the rotten beam the whole grand threat was built on. To a man on the Iron Throne, the dragon was a sword in a rebel's hand and nothing else, because the war the dragon was made for was a wildling's tale to him, a thing that happened in the cold to people who did not matter. And so the crown's command was not wicked, exactly. It was only blind. Blind the way a man is blind who has never been north of the neck, and it asked the Watch to cure the crown's blindness by going blind themselves, by handing the one lit candle to a man who would carry it into a room where he did not believe the dark was real. Jon caught Eamon's clouded eyes across the solar, where the old Meister had come to sit unbidden in the corner with his hands folded on his staff, and the old man gave the smallest shake of his head, a thing meant for Jon alone that said as plainly as words, "Say nothing now, the trap is sprung whichever way you leap, and a wise man does not leap until he has seen where the ground is." "You'll have my answer in the morning," Mormont said. "I'll have it now." "You'll have it in the morning," the old bear repeated in the voice that had held a ring together on a hill, "or you'll have it never, sir, for I am Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and you are a guest behind my wall, and the difference between those two things is the only law that runs up here, whatever they tell you it is in the South. Eat, sleep. You'll have your answer with the dawn." Sir Godfrey went, and the trouble began the moment the door shut, because Thorn did not wait for the dawn. It happened fast, the way these things happen when men have been waiting a long time for permission to do what they already wished to do. Jon never learned exactly how many of them there were in the end. A dozen of the older rangers, some of the stewards, men who had taken the black when the vow still made sense and could not bear to watch it die, and a few who simply did the sums Sir Godfrey had done and came out wanting to be on the winning side of them. They did not come for Jon. That was the clever part, and it had Thorn's mind all over it. They came for the dragon, in the dark hours before the dawn, with the smith's heaviest chains and a wagon, and a plan to have Cinder bound and gone south with Sir Godfrey before Jon woke, because they had understood the one true thing about the whole affair, which was that the bond ran both ways, and a chained dragon 100 leagues south was a leash on the bastard, whether the bastard came willingly, or Number the dragon nearly killed them all. Jon woke to the sound of it, the bond yanking him up out of sleep with a wrongness that had no name, and he came into the lich yard at a dead run to find chaos in the red light of the burning stones. Cinder reared up against the old walls with 2 men already down and smoking, the chains a tangle in the snow, Thorn's voice somewhere shouting for ropes and nets, and the dragon's head swinging to burn the next of them. And Jon did the only thing that could stop it, which was to put himself between the dragon and the men, his back to the fire and his hands up, and shout the one word the bond would hear over its own fury. Down. It came down, shuddering, smoking, its molten eyes still fixed on the men who had tried to bind it. It came down because Jon told it to, and the lich yard went very quiet. And into that quiet Sir Alizer Thorn said the thing that turned a mutiny into a reckoning. There, Thorn breathed, and there was something almost like triumph in it, almost like relief. There it is. You all saw, it heeds him and no other. That is not a weapon, brothers, that is a leash in a sorcerer's hand, and a stark sorcerer at that. And I will not, stand by while the night's watch is made the private army of a bastard who'd be a king. Take him. The dragon won't burn its own master's jailers if the master tells it not to, and he'll tell it not to because he's Ned Stark's son and too honorable to watch us burn. Use that, it's the only soft thing on him. Take him now. Sam stepped in front of Jon. Soft, frightened Sam, who had wept over a dead friend 3 nights before, put his round body between Jon and the rangers and said, in a voice that shook the whole time and did not stop, "He saved your lives. Every one of you in this yard. He carried you off the fist or burned the things that would have eaten you at the gate. And now, you chain the thing that did it and send it to men who'll use it to burn the realm you swore to guard. Meister Eamon says." His voice cracked and he pushed through it. "Meister Eamon says the dead are real, and he has read more books than every man here put together. And if you do this, you're not saving the watch, you're killing it to keep a rule, and that's not honor, that's just being afraid with extra steps." And Pip came to stand by Sam, and Dolorous Ed, who had said all along that everything would burn and now stood ready to burn for it. And the rangers who had been on the fist drifted to that side of the yard 1 and 2 at a time, not because Sam had won the argument but because the fist had won it for him a season ago, and a man who has stood in that cold cannot be talked back out of what he learned in it. And they might have done it anyway. Some of them moved too. But that was the moment the horns began to blow, 3 long blasts and then no count at all, because the dead did not wait for the affairs of men to resolve themselves, and the dead had chosen the hour of the watch's deepest division to come against the wall in their full strength, which was not chance. Jon understood even then, even in the chaos, the cold was a will, and a will watches for the moment its enemy is busiest tearing at itself. What followed, Jon could never afterward set in a clean order, because there was no clean order in it. The wall was assaulted in the dark by a host without an edge, while its defenders were split in the lychyard between binding their salvation and freeing it. Thorne's men hesitated, caught between the horns and the warrant, between the dead at the gate and the dragon in the yard, and the hesitation was the hinge the whole night turned on. Jon did not wait for them to choose. He climbed the dragon in front of the men who had come to chain it, and he looked down at Thorne, and he said, loud enough for all of them, in a voice he did not recognize as his own because it had no fear left in it at all, only the cold, clean arithmetic of a steward at the end of his counting. You want to send the one thing that can hold this wall 100 leagues south, on the night the dead came to take it, to please a boy on a chair who doesn't believe in the dead. Do the sum, Sir Alizer. You're a soldier, you can do a sum. There are 10,000 corpses on the ice and 40 of us fit to fight in one dragon, and you want to have the 40 fighting each other and put the dragon on a wagon. The Crown's warrant is a death warrant for every man on this wall, and you're holding it like it's a rescue. I'm not going south, not because I want to be a king. I'd give this thing to the gods this hour if they'd take it, but because if I go, you die all of you tonight before the wagon clears the gate. So put up your chains or don't, but do it after, because right now I am the only thing standing between this wall and the longest night there is, and I am done asking your leave to save your lives. He did not wait to see whether the words worked. He took Cinder up into the assault. The dead had brought a thing to the wall that night they had not brought before, and Jon saw it as he cleared the ice. At 3 points along the 700 feet of the wall, the dead were not climbing. They were building, piling their own bodies, the broken and the burned and the climbed over, into ramps of frozen corpse flesh against the ice. 10,000 dead things making a road of themselves so the 10,000 behind could walk up it. And the cold things, the white walkers, stood at the foot of each ramp, and the ice itself groaned where they stood, weeping meltwater in the killing cold, the wall sweating where the cold made it warm, which was the most wrong thing Jon had seen in a winter of wrong things. He understood the strategy with the part of him that never stopped counting. The dead did not need to break the wall, they needed only to climb it, and they had 8,000 years of corpses to climb it with. So he burned the ramps. He laid the dragon's fire down the face of the wall itself, and the corpse roads went up in sheets of flame, and the frozen dead boiled and ran, and the ramps slumped, and the climbers fell into their own fire, and the white walkers at the foot of the ice turned their faceless cold up at him, and one of them did a thing none of them had done before. It raised a hand, and the meltwater on the wall above Cinder froze again in an instant into a lance of ice the length of a ship's mast, and through it, and Jon felt the cold of it pass close enough to burn before Cinder rolled them out of its path, and the ice spear shattered on the dark beyond the firelight. They could fight back then. They were not weather. They were generals. And Jon, wheeling the dragon through the smoke of the burning dead with an ice lance fit to kill a dragon shattering at his heels, understood that the war was going to be a war and not a slaughter, which was the worst good news he had ever been given. They sent a giant against the gate, not a giant of the free folk, the great shy mammoth riders Tormund boasted of, but one of those dead and driven, a thing 40 hands high with frost in the sockets of its eyes, and it came at the iron-banded gate with a dead mammoth's thighbone for a club, and the gate held once, and groaned, and would not hold twice. Jon brought the dragon down the face of the wall in a dive that took the wind out of him and laid fire across the giant from crown to heel, and the dead thing burned and swung and burned and would not fall. And it took the gate a second blow that split the outer timbers before the fire reached whatever cold will was driving it, and it came apart at last in a gout of greasy flame. And the gate held barely, splintered, by a hand's breadth and a dragon. Jon pulled Cinder up through its own smoke with his arms gone to water and understood the shape of what he was now, which was a single point of fire that had to be everywhere at once on a wall 700 feet tall and 20 leagues long, and could not be, and would have to choose, every hour of every night which brothers lived and which the choosing left to die. That was the cost the songs would never hold. Not the burning, the choosing. He held the wall. That was the simple sentence under the long night. The dragon burned the ramps faster than the dead could build them. And the brothers on the wall walk, all of them now, Thorne's men and Marsh's and Mormont's together, because the dead did not care whose man you were, fought the things that crested the ice with fire and dragonglass. And by the gray, unwilling dawn the assault drew back the way. The tide drew back from the fist, sullen, unbroken, only postponed. And a quarter-mile of the wall's face was black with the soot of burned corpses, and the night's watch was still. Against every sum that should have been possible, alive, the dead drew off across the burned ground as the light came, not rooted, only finished with the night's work. And the silence they left behind was the worst silence Jon knew, the held-breath silence of the fist, the silence of a thing that had not been beaten but had only chosen, again, to go away and think. Along the wall walk the brothers stood where the fighting had left them, leaning on spears and on each other, their faces black with grease and gray, with the particular exhaustion that comes after a man has spent a night certain he would die and finds, in the cold dawn, that he has not, and does not yet know what to do with the morning he was not expecting to see. Below them, a quarter-mile of the wall's white face was streaked black to a third of its height, soot and grease, and the long burns of dragon fire. And the snow at its foot was not white anywhere a man could see, and the smoke of 10,000 burned dead stood up off the field in pillars that leaned south on the dawn wind, toward the realm that did not believe in them. No one cheered now. They were past cheering, into the country beyond it, where a man simply looks at what he has lived through and at the thing that let him live, and makes, without words, the oldest decision there is. Jon brought the dragon down in the yard in the dawn light and slid off it, and his legs would not hold him, and he went to one knee in the snow from simple exhaustion, the bone-deep emptiness of a man who has spent everything he had. And that was how it began, though he did not mean it to, and would have given a great deal to prevent it. Because Mormont was the first. The old bear came across the yard, gray and sleepless and streaked with the black grease of dead men, and he stopped in front of the kneeling bastard and the smoking dragon, and the whole castle was watching, the brothers off the wall walk and the stewards in the doors and Sir Godfrey faring on the steps of the king's tower with his royal warrant gone useless in his hand, and Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who had given 60 years to the vow that a brother takes no part and holds nothing and kneels to no one, lowered himself down, with his old knees cracking like green wood in a fire, into the snow in front of Jon Snow. "My lord," Jon said, appalled. Get up, you can't. I'm a steward, I'm a brother, you can't kneel to me." "I am not kneeling to you," Mormont said, and his voice carried because he meant it to carry, because he had decided something in the long night and was a man who once decided did the thing in front of everyone or not at all. "Listen to me, boy, and the rest of you listen, for I will say it once and I am too old to say it twice. We are the watchers on the walls. We say the words every man of us, and we have said them so long we have forgotten they were ever a meaning and not just a sound. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men." He looked up at Jon from the snow, and his hard, cold face had something in it that Jon had never seen there and would only see once more. "I have said those words for 60 years, and tonight I watched a man be them. Not say them, be them. The fire that burns against the cold, kneeling in my yard with his legs gone out from under him because he spent them holding my wall. I am not kneeling to a king, Snow. There's no king here. I am kneeling to the oath. You have gone and become the thing we only ever swore to be, and if I cannot kneel to that, then I have wasted 60 years saying words I never believed. And Bowen Marsh, who had been right about the law in every particular, who had argued against this very thing in the Shield Hall with reason on his side the whole way, looked at the burned wall and the living brothers and the warrant in Sir Godfrey's hand, and did the arithmetic one last time, and came out somewhere new, and the old pomegranate knelt, stiff and unhappy and certain, because a careful man's care is for the thing itself, and not the rule about the thing, and the thing was that they were all still breathing. And then it ran, the way fire runs, the way the cheering had run on the wall walk, the green boys and the gray rangers and the survivors of the fist, down onto their knees in the trampled bloody snow, not for a crown and not for the realm, but for the one warm certainty the long night had left them, that the words they said were true after all, and that the truth of them was kneeling exhausted in their yard, and that they would follow it into the dark because the only other road led somewhere colder, beyond the wall, where 100,000 free folk had spent the night watching the ice burn from their cold camp. The wildlings had seen it too, the fire walking the wall and the dead falling back, and a sound came over the ice from the north that mingled with the sound in the yard, the same name in two tongues, Ygritte's story name and the brothers' broken oath. The kneelers and the free folk who had hated each other for 8,000 years saying the one thing in the one breath, until Jon could not tell. Standing in the middle of it, whether he was being thanked or claimed or worshipped, and suspected it was all three, and that the three were the same thing wearing different faces, and that there was no longer any door in the world he could walk back out of into being only a bastard who counted barrels of salt beef. The door had burned. He had burned it himself, a ramp of dead at a time. Thorne did not kneel. Jon marked that because Jon marked everything. The Master-at-Arms stood apart with a handful who stood with him, and watched the watch he had given his life to bend its knee to a bastard, and his thin face was a battlefield. And Jon understood that he had not made an enemy of Thorne so much as broken something in him. The clean, hard world where bastards knew their place and vows, meant what they said, and the cold was just weather, and that a man whose world has been broken is more dangerous than a man who merely hates, because he has nothing left to lose by being right too late. Jon got to his feet. He had to, he could not be kneeled to lying down, and he looked out over the impossible sight of the Night's Watch on its knees in the dawn, and the dragon steaming behind him, and the crown's man helpless on the steps, and he did the only thing his father had ever really taught him, which was to refuse the easy lie even when it was being offered to him as a gift. "I won't be your king," Jon said, and the words came out hoarse and plain and carried all the same. "There's no kings at the wall. The old bear has it right and he has it wrong both. I'm not the oath. I'm a man who got a thing he didn't ask for and is too stubborn to put it down while you're all still in danger. So get up. All of you, get up, because I don't want your knees. I want your spears and your dragonglass and your nerve, because the dead are coming back tonight and the night after and every night until the winter breaks, and a man who's kneeling can't fight." He reached down and hauled Mormont up by the arm gently, and the old bear let him. "I'll hold your wall. I'll burn your dead. I'll do the thing the gods made me for, whatever it turns out that is. But I'll do it as a brother beside you, not above you, because the moment I'm above you I'm exactly the weapon the crown came to collect, and I'd rather die a man of the watch than live as anyone's sword." Eamon found him after, when the yard had cleared, and the brothers had gone to their dead, and their wounded and their cold breakfast. And the old Meister put a dry, light hand on Jon's arm and let himself be led to the warmth of the dragon, which suffered him as it suffered no one else. "You told them you would not be a king," Eamon said. "I heard. It was well said, and it was true, and it will not save you, and I think you know that, which is why you said it like a man laying flowers on a grave." He turned his blind face up toward the heat. "Listen to me, child, for here is the thread you must hold through everything that comes. They did not kneel to a crown tonight. Bowen Marsh would never kneel to a crown. It is the one thing his careful soul would die before doing, and he knelt. They knelt to the war. There is a war of the realm, the war of chairs and crowns, and your vow forbids it to you rightly. And you do not want it, and that is good. And there is the war for the dawn, the war the wall was raised to fight. And tonight, for the first time in 8,000 years, the men of the wall met a commander who could actually fight it. And they did the only sane thing soldiers ever do, which is to follow the one who can win. You have not broken your vow, Jon. You have finally been given the war the vow was written for. The danger, the whole danger, the thing that will try to kill you and everyone you love, is that the kings of the realm cannot tell the two wars apart, and will see a man the watch knelt to and call it treason, because they do not believe the second war exists. Your whole life now is going to be the labor of holding those two wars separate in a world determined to confuse them. Fail, and you are a usurper with a dragon, and the realm unites to put you down, and the dead win while the living fight over the chair. Hold the line between them, and you just might, be the thing my nephew died believing in. The old hand tightened. It is the hardest thing I have ever asked anyone to do. I am sorry it falls to you. I am not sorry it is you it falls to, and that child is the closest thing to a blessing a tired old man has left to give. It did not matter in the end what he wanted. He understood that even as he said it, they had knelt, and a thing that has been done cannot be undone by saying you wish it hadn't. And the word would go south in the morning with Sir Godfrey whether Jon willed it or no. That the Night's Watch had bent the knee to the bastard with the dragon, that the oldest neutral order in the world had chosen a side at last, and that the side it had chosen was not a king of the realm but something stranger and older and harder for the realm to fight, a fire at the edge of the world that the dead were afraid of and the living had begun, one cracking knee at a time, to follow. Jon had refused the crown. The refusing changed nothing. The kneeling had already happened, and the world, he was learning, was built out of the things that had already happened, and not at all out of the things a man wished he could take back. Chapter 6. In Chapter 7. Ravens and wolves. The raven that broke Jon's heart came on an ordinary gray morning, between one fire and the next, which was how he learned that the worst news in the world never has the decency to announce itself. Sam brought it, because Sam read the ravens now, and Sam's face brought it before the paper did. Jon had been in the lichyard with Cinder, working the burned arm that would never quite be right again, and he looked up and saw his friend coming across the snow with a small curl of paper held the way you hold a thing you wish you could unread. And Jon knew the way the body always knew before a word was said. "Rob," Jon said. "The twins." Sam's voice had gone to nothing. The phrase, "at a wedding," Jon underguessed right, with bread and salt eaten. They killed him at a wedding. His lady mother, his men, his. They say they sewed his wolf's head onto his body and paraded it. The North's army is gone. Broken on the field and butchered in the hall, and the Boltons have turned their cloaks and the crown given them Winterfell. Roose Bolton is warden of the North now in the child king's name. Sam stopped because there was a kindness in him that could not say the next part fast. It's over. The war in the North is over. Your brother's dead, and they gave his home to the Lord who helped kill him, and there's no one left to say otherwise. Jon did not burn anything. He noted that about himself, distantly, the way he noted everything. That the grief did not come out as fire, though the dragon felt it and screamed once, high and terrible, and the brothers on the wall flinched at a sound none of them understood. The grief came out as cold instead, a Stark's grief, the grief of the crypts, settling into him layer on layer like frost on a window until he could see the world only through it. Rob, who had been true-born and golden and easy in the world the way Jon had never been allowed to be. Rob, who had once been the measure of everything Jon was not, and had grown. somewhere in the years of being a man, into simply the brother Jon loved best, murdered at a table, under guest right, by men who ate his bread and smiled and called it justice afterward, in letters sealed with a flayed man, as if a seal could make a butchery into a law. He never knew, Jon said, and did not explain, and Sam did not ask, because Sam had guessed long ago the shape of the thing Aemon had told him, and understood that Jon meant his brother had died never knowing they were not brothers at all, that the secret Ned Stark died to keep had now outlived every Stark who might have shared it, and that Jon was the last keeper of a truth that no longer had anyone left in the world it could be told to as kin. He went up the wall alone after and stood in the wind where no one could see his face, and let the cold have him for an hour, and when he came down he had done the only thing grief had ever let him do, which was to turn it into a question he could carry. The question was, who is left? His father dead, Robb dead, Bran and Rickon dead at Winterfell by Theon Greyjoy's hand, the ravens had said a year past, Sansa a captive in King's Landing, married off to a Lannister. Arya gone, vanished, most likely dead. The Starks were ash and rumor, and Winterfell was a burned shell in the hands of the lord who had murdered Robb, and the North, the whole grieving betrayed North, had no one left to look to. No one but a bastard with a dragon. Jon felt the thought arrive and did not want it and could not make it leave. Aemon came to him that night, led by Sam through the dark, and the old Maester did not offer comfort, because he had learned 100 years ago that comfort is a thing you give people whose grief you do not respect. I have outlived every soul I was born among, Aemon said instead, settling by the dragon's heat. Brothers, sisters, a king who was my father, nephews, their children, their children's children, the whole of my blood, gone down ahead of me into the dark while I stayed on at the edge of the world counting ravens. I will tell you the one thing I know that is worth knowing about it. Grief is love that has nowhere left to go. That is all. It is not a wound that heals or a debt that clears. It is the love still trying to reach a person who is no longer there to receive it, and the only mercy in it, child, the only one, is that you may choose where the love goes instead. I sent mine into the chain, into the boys who came to me green and frightened, into you. Your brother is past your reaching now, but the North he died for is not, and it is full of cold, frightened people who have lost what you have lost, and if you must do something with the love that has nowhere to go, there are worse things than to spend it on the living who are still in reach of being saved. He patted Jon's ruined hand. You need not decide tonight, but the choice is coming up the King's Road faster than you think, and it wears a crown, and you should know your own heart before it knocks. Stannis Baratheon came to the wall a fortnight later, and he came by sea to Eastwatch, and then hard along the top of the wall with his red priestess and his onion knight, and what was left of an army that had burned on the Blackwater. And he came, he said, to save the realm. But Jon had learned to watch what men reached for and not what they said, and he saw the way Stannis's hard, hungry eyes went first, before the wall, before the brothers, before anything, to the smoke rising off the lich yard. And he understood that a broken king had come north, chasing the one thing in the world that might make him whole. Jon spent the morning of the parley on the top of the wall, alone but for ghost and the wind, doing the only thing that had ever steadied him, which was to lay the whole terrible board out and count the pieces honestly, before any king could count them for him. He knew what Stannis would offer. A man did not have to be Aemon to see it, a broken king with no army and a hungry priestess, come north to where the only dragon in the world sat in a bastard's lich yard, would offer the bastard the one thing that turned a dragon spawn from a threat into a servant, which was legitimacy, a name, a place inside the law instead of outside it. He would offer Winterfell, and Jon stood in the wind and made himself wanted, all the way, with nothing held back, because Eamon had taught him that the only way to survive a temptation was to feel the whole weight of it in private first, where the feeling could not be used against you. He let himself imagine it. Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell, trueborn by royal decree, the grey walls raised again from Theon's burning, his father's bones brought home to the crypt, the direwolf flying over the north once more and a dragon over the direwolf. He let himself want it until his eyes stung in the cold, and then he did the steward's work, the cold arithmetic, and counted what the wanting cost. The name was Stannis's to give and therefore Stannis's to hold over him forever. The legitimacy ran through the crown, which meant the crown's wars ran through Jon. The dragon, lent once to a king's cause, could never again be only the realm's shield. It would be a Baratheon sword, and every other king would arm against it, and the dead would come down on a wall stripped of its fire. He counted it 3 times, the way he counted everything, and 3 times the sum came out the same, which was that the gift was a leash with a castle tied to the end of it, and that a man who took it would spend the rest of his life being walked. By the time the horns called him down to the shield hall, he had made his peace with refusing the one thing he had wanted his whole life, and the peace was the coldest thing he owned, colder than the wall, colder than the grief, and he carried it down the ice like a man carrying a blade he had forged out of his own heart. They met in the shield hall, because there was nowhere else with room and warmth enough, and it was the strangest court the wall had ever held. A king with no kingdom, a lord commander who had knelt to a bastard, 100-year-old maester who had once been a prince, and a dragon steaming in the doorway because it would not be parted from the one it had chosen. Stannis Baratheon was lean and hard and gray before his time, a man ground down to the iron of himself, and he wasted no words, because words were a luxury and Stannis had run out of luxuries on the Blackwater. "I will be plain," Stannis said, "because I have neither the time nor the temper for the other thing. You are Eddard Stark's bastard. You woke a dragon. The watch has knelt to you, which is a thing forbidden by every law I know, and I find I do not care, because I have spent my life keeping laws while clever men broke them and prospered. And I have learned at last that there is one law beneath all the others, which is that the realm must have a king who does his duty, and the duty now is the dark in the north, which only I, of all the men who claim a crown, have come to fight." He leaned forward. "I am told your father's secret, bastard. The Red Woman has seen your blood in her fires, and so have I in my reckoning, for I knew Rhaegar, and I have eyes. And you have his look about you under the Stark coloring once a man knows to seek it. I could destroy you with that truth. A dragon spawn of the line Robert overthrew, alive at the wall, the realm would burn you out of simple terror. Instead I will do the opposite. Kneel to me, take my peace, lend me your fire, and I will legitimize you with a stroke of my pen. Not Snow. Stark. Jon Stark, true-born in the eyes of the Iron Throne, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, with my royal word behind your claim and a dragon behind my crown. I will give you the one thing your honorable father never could, and the one thing I am told you have wanted your whole life. Your name, your home, your blood made legitimate and your bastardy burned away forever. All it costs you is a knee, and the use of your beast in the war I am already fighting." The shield hall was very quiet, and Jon understood with the part of him that never stopped counting, that this was the most dangerous moment of his life, more dangerous than the fist, more dangerous than the mutiny, because the fist had only tried to kill him and Stannis was trying to give him everything he had ever wanted, because it was everything. That was the trap and the cruelty of it, the same cruelty Mormont had named in the yard, that the men who needed you spent you with a gift in their hand and called it love. Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell. The words went into the hollow place a bastard had spent 18 years learning to keep empty, the high table he had never been seated at, The name his father's lie had cost him. The home that was ash now and could be his to rebuild, true-born, legitimate. A Stark at last in the eyes of gods and men. He wanted it. He would not lie to himself that he did not want it. The wanting was the whole danger, and a man who pretended he did not feel the hook was the easiest of all men to land. Melisandre spoke then for the first time, and her voice was low and certain, and warm in a way the cold room had no business holding. There is more than a name in it, Jon Snow. The Lord of Light has shown me a champion, born again amidst salt and smoke to wake stone dragons and stand against the dark. I came to Dragonstone believing it was the king. I have stood in this hall an hour, and I have watched the fire that answers to you, and I am no longer certain. Azor Ahai, the prince that was promised, the warrior of light. It may be that the prophecy and the king and the dragon are meant to be one thing, and that you and Stannis together are the shape of the world's salvation. The fire does not lie, though those who read it often do. Kneel and let me read your flame, and we will know. Davos Seaworth spoke then, and it cost him something to do it, a low-born man interrupting a king and a priestess, but he did it. Lad, the Onion Knight said, and his roughened voice was the only plain thing in the hall, I've no business speaking, and I'll be brief. I've served a long time at the foot of fire and prophecy, and I've buried better men than me for it and burned them. So hear one thing from a smuggler before you hear the rest from your betters. A name given can be taken. A name a man makes for himself, no king can touch. You've made one this winter that'll outlast every charter Stannis could sign you. Don't trade a thing they can't take for a thing they can. Melisandre's red eyes turned on him like a slow fire, and Stannis' jaw worked, and Davos lowered his head and said no more. But the words were said, and Jon would not forget that of all the great folk on the dais, it was the smuggler with the shortened fingers who had told him the one true thing. It was beautifully done. Jon could admire it even as it closed around him. The king offering his name, the priestess offering his destiny, the two of them between them offering a bastard a legitimate self and a holy purpose in a single afternoon, and asking only that he hand them the leash of the one thing that made him more than a name and a purpose. He looked at Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, the smuggler Stannis had raised up and then shortened the fingers of for his smuggling, the one man on the dais who had not spoken, and he saw in the lined, honest face a thing the others did not show, which was doubt, the decent doubt of a low-born man who had watched his king bend to fire before, and had buried the cost of it. Your grace does me an honor I can't pretend not to feel, Jon said at last, and he chose his words the way his father had taught him to choose them, slowly, with the weight on them, because a thing said in this hall would run to every court in the realm by spring. I've wanted that name my whole life. You've read me right, and it's a cruel thing to be read so right by a man who needs something from me. So I'll answer you as plainly as you asked. Number Stannis' jaw worked. Consider before you. I have considered. I considered the whole way down the wall this morning because I knew what you'd offer before you offered it, and I had to be sure my answer would survive the wanting. Jon stood because this was a thing to say standing. If I kneel to you, the dragon becomes a sword in the war of the realm, your war, the war of which king sits which chair, and the moment it does, every other king musters against it, and the dead come down on a wall whose defenders have all gone south to win you a throne. You'd spend the one fire that can hold the night to win a kingdom of ash. You don't mean to. You're an honest man, your grace, the most honest claimant there is, which is why you've lost. But it doesn't matter what you mean. It matters what a dragon in a war of kings does, and what it does is make every war bigger, and there's only one war that can't afford to get bigger, and it's the one you and I are the only two men south of the cold who actually believe in. He turned to Melisandre. And you, my lady, You want me to be your prophecy. Maybe I am. An old man I trust thinks I might be the thing your fires keep showing you. But a prophecy is a leash too, the prettiest one of all. And I've learned this winter that everyone who comes to the wall comes with a leash and a kind word, and the kindest words hide the strongest leashes. I won't wear yours. Not because the dark isn't real. It's realer than your God, my lady. I've felt its breath. But because the moment I'm your Azor Ahai, I'm your weapon, and I've sworn I'll be no one's weapon, not the crown S, not the king beyond the wall S, and not your red gods. Then what will you be? Stannis said, and it was not quite a threat and not quite a question. Bastard, if you'll be no king's man and no gods. A wall unto yourself. A dragon hoarding fire at the edge of the world while the realm burns. That is not neutrality. That is the most dangerous thing a man can be, which is a power that owes nothing to anyone. And there it was, the true question, the one under all the offers, and Jon found that the long cold morning on the wall had given him the answer, the third path, the line Eamon had told him he would spend his life walking. I'll be what the watch is supposed to be, Jon said. A shield, not yours, the realm's, all of it. I won't take your crown and I won't take your war, but I'll hold this wall against the dead for any man, king or small folk or wildling who'll send me spears and grain to do it, and I'll burn the night back from anyone's door, yours included. You want to fight the dark, your grace. Good. So do I fight it beside me, as an ally, not a master, and your name lives forever as the king who came north when no one else would. But the dragon stays mine, and the war stays the war for the dawn, and the day either of those changes is the day the realm has already lost. He paused and added the thing that was the whole of him, the bastard and the Stark and the dragon all in one breath. I've buried my father and both my brothers and a whole army of the North this season, killed by men playing the Game of Thrones. I'm done with the game. I'll fight the only war that was ever real. Stand with me in it or stand aside, but you'll not put me on your board as a piece. It should have ended badly. With another man it would have. Stannis Baratheon was not a king who suffered no gladly, but Jon had judged him right, that he was the one claimant who believed in the dark. And a man who believes in the dark hears a thing in an offer to fight it that no amount of pride can quite refuse. Stannis sat back, and the iron of him worked through some long internal sum, and what he said at the end was not yielding, but it was not war. You are a fool, Stannis said, or the only sane man left in the Seven Kingdoms, and I have lived long enough to know they look the same from the outside, and that the difference is only ever clear too late. Here is my answer to your answer, bastard, and it is the last I'll make tonight. I will winter my men at the wall and fight your dead, because you are right that it is the war beneath the wars, and I am too honest to pretend I came north for any smaller reason once you've said it so plainly. But hear me. The North is masterless and grieving, and the Boltons hold its heart by treachery, and a grieving people looks for a lord the way a cold man looks for fire. They will not look to me. I am a stranger and a Baratheon, and I burn men to my red god, and I know how the North smells me. They will look to a Stark, and there is only one Stark left in all the world with the blood and the name and the strength to answer, and he is standing in front of me refusing a crown he is going to be offered again, and again, by men with far less patience than I have, until one day the offering is not a question. He stood, and the broken king drew himself up to the whole iron height of what he had left. You may refuse me, Jon Snow. You will not in the end get to refuse the North. It is coming for you, the way the dragon came for you, whether you knelt for it or not. Mind you have decided what you'll do when it kneels to you, because a man who has not decided that before the moment comes will decide it badly, and the North has bled too much already to survive a Stark who chooses badly. Even as Stannis spoke the words, the proof of them was already shivering in the yard below. A party had come up the King's Road that same afternoon, half-frozen, mountain men in furs and boiled leather, sent down out of the high cold halls where the Boltons, writ had never truly run. Their leader was an old hard clansman of the Nari, with frost in his beard and a great-grandson's spear in his fist, and he had refused the warmth of the hall until he had seen the dragon with his own eyes, and when he saw it, he stood a long while in the snow and said nothing. And then he came and found Jon, and looked up at him the way the North looked at everything, slowly, judging, giving nothing away. "We heard a tale in the mountains," the old Nori said, "and we did not believe it, for the mountains believe nothing they have not touched. So I came to touch it. Ned Stark's son alive with a dragon and the dead burning before him." He spat into the snow, which Jon had learned was a northern courtesy and not the opposite. "Roose Bolton sits in Ned Stark's seat and calls himself our warden, the lord who put a knife in the young wolf at a wedding table, and the clans have sworn him nothing and will swear him nothing, not if he hangs every headman in the hills. But a people cannot live on a grudge, boy. We need a lord. The North needs a Stark, the way a body needs a head, and we had thought the last of them dead or wed to lions or fed to crows." He planted his spear. "I'll not kneel today. I'll not be the fool who knelt to a wonder that turned out to be a wildling's lie. But I'll send word back up the mountains that the tale is true, and that the last wolf breathes fire, and you should know what that means, Southron raised as you are. It means the clans will come. Not for Stannies, not for the Red God, for the wolf. And when the clans come down out of the hills, the Glovers come, and the Mormonts of Bear Island, and old Lord Manderley in his white harbor who has no love left for lions, and the whole grieving North turns its face north to you, and asks you the question you have been refusing all the kings of the earth. You had best have an answer ready, Lord Snow, that a Stark would not be ashamed of, because we have followed the wrong men into enough graves this year." He took the warmth of the hall then, having said his piece, and Jon stood in the cold he left behind, and understood that Stannies had not been threatening him after all. The broken king had simply been telling him the truth a little before it arrived. He went out into the cold with his priestess and his onion knight, and left Jon standing in the shield hall with the truth of it settling onto him like the Stark grief, layer on cold layer. That he had won the argument and lost the safety of it, that he had refused to be made a peace, and in the refusing had become, more plainly than ever, the one piece the whole board was now arranged around. And even as Stannies spoke it, it was already happening, for the ravens had been flying north as well as south all that grieving winter, and in the mountain halls and the wolfswood and the white harbors of the broken North, men who had lost a king and a cause were hearing the same impossible tale, that Ned Stark's son was alive at the wall with a dragon at his heel and the dead burning before him, and were setting down their grief and reaching for their cloaks, and beginning the long cold road north to see for themselves whether the last wolf in the world had finally learned to breathe fire. That night Jon could not sleep and went to the dragon and found Mormont already there, the old bear sitting on the cold stone in the lich-yard with his back to the heat, looking at nothing. "He offered you Winterfell," Mormont said, not turning. "Word travels. He offered you the thing you wanted and you said no, and now you're down here at the witching hour because saying no to the thing you wanted is the loneliest work there is." He grunted. "I knew your father a little. Honorable to a fault, the kind of honor that gets a man killed in the South, and it did. You've got it too, the same disease, and I'll not pretend it isn't a disease because I've watched it bury better men than either of us, but I'll tell you the thing about it that the songs leave out." He looked up at Jon at last, the firelight hard in the lines of his old face. "Honor, not refusing the crown. Any proud fool can refuse a crown to feel clean. Honor what you do after, when the people you refused it for come and put it in your hands anyway because there's no one else, and you have to decide whether your no was about you staying clean or about them staying alive. Your father never had to make that second choice. I think you will, and when you do, boy, I'd not have you make it the way a man makes it who only ever practiced saying number. He rose, his knees cracking, and laid a heavy hand once on Jon's shoulder, and went, and left Jon alone with the dragon and the cold and the slow certain sound, far off down the King's Road and up in the high white hills, of a broken country beginning, for the first time in a year of graves, to move. Chapter 7. In Chapter 8, the war for the dawn, the long night came on the dark of the year, when the sun showed for an hour at noon like a coin held under deep water and then went out, and it came all at once, the way a held breath is finally let go. For a fortnight the dead had not come, and the not coming was worse than any assault, because Jon had learned to read the cold the way he read a ledger, and the ledger had gone quiet in the way that meant something large was being totted up out of sight. Ygritte felt it too, and Tormund and the giants who grew restless and would not sleep, and Cinder felt it most of all, pacing the lichyard through the long dark, its great head turned always north, the ember red banked low in its scales like a fire waiting for a wind. The dragon was vast now, half a year of fire and freedom, and the kills of 2 battles had grown it past the size of any beast the world held, its wingspan throwing a night across the whole yard when it stretched, its voice a thing that loosened mortar in the king's tower. And when Jon stood beneath it, now he stood beneath a roof of his own making, and the awe of it had long since stopped being separable from the dread. Then, on the dark of the year, the cold came down, and it brought everything it had. They saw it from the wall by the light of the comet, which hung low and red and bloated over the north as though the sky itself were wounded, the whole white world in motion. Not a tide and not a host, a migration of the dead, the harvest Ygritte had named. Every corpse the long war had made marching south together under a sky gone the wrong bruised color. And at the points of the great formation, riding nothing, walking on the wind-packed snow as lightly as men walk on a floor, came the others in their hundreds, more of them than any living eye had seen since the age of heroes, their armor the color of the moon on ice, their swords thin slivers of frozen starlight that hummed in the killing cold, and before them all at the head of the host came one taller than the rest, crowned in a spreading horn of ice that had grown out of its own skull, and where it walked the very air froze and fell, snow condensing out of nothing and sheeting down around it. And Jon, 300 feet up on the wall, looked at the thing the wildlings whispered was as old as the first winter, and felt the dragon scream beneath the ice in answer, and knew that the night the fist had only postponed had finally fully come. Down the length of the wall the warning horns blew and kept blowing, fort to ruined fort. The old signal fires lit one after another along 20 leagues of ice, until the whole barrier stood limbed in flame against the bruised dark. The first time in living memory the watch had lit them all at once, the signal that had only ever been a story, the signal for the end. Men who had quarreled for a season stood shoulder to shoulder on the ice and watched the white world come for them and did not speak, because there was nothing left to say that the horns had not already said. Jon felt the dread move through the host below him like cold water through cloth, soaking in, and he did not try to burn it away with brave words, because the dread was not cowardice. It was only the sane animal in every man recognizing the size of the thing on the snow, and a commander who told frightened men they were wrong to be afraid only taught them he could not be trusted with the truth. He let them be afraid. His own hands were not steady on the dragon's spines, and he did not lie to himself about it. The trick he had learned on the fist and learned again at the gate, and was about to learn a final time in the longest hour the world had, was not to be without fear, but to be useful with it, to take the cold animal certainty of your own death and set it to work, and Jon Snow had spent his whole strange life learning to be useful with the things other men only suffered. And now, at the end of the world, he found the apprenticeship had been for this. There was no clever plan that could save them, and Jon did not pretend to have one. The wall was 20 leagues of ice, and they had perhaps 2,000 fighting souls to hold it. Brothers and free folk and Stannies' grim Southron men-at-arms, all mixed together now under the one banner the war had forced on them, which was no banner at all, only a fire. So Jon did the only thing the arithmetic allowed, which was to stop trying to defend everything and choose. He put the giants and the strongest of the free folk at the gate of Castle Black, with Tormund roaring among them, because the gate was the one place the dead must take and could not climb. He put Stannies and his knights and Sir Godry, who had stayed when his warrant proved useless, on the wall walk with the dragonglass, because disciplined men held a line longest. He put Mormont in command of it all on the ground. The old bear's hard, cold voice the spine the whole defense would stand on, because the men would die for Jon but they would obey Mormont, and there was a difference, and a battle needed both. And he took the dragon and the sky. "Burn a road for them," Mormont had said to him in the dark before it began, gripping his arm. "That's all the war ever is, boy, on any field. You make the place the enemy wants to be into a place he cannot bear to stand. You can't kill them all. Don't try. Make the ground between us and them into fire and make it cost them, and hold until the dawn, because the one thing we know about the longest night is that it has, in the end, a morning. Men have held longer walls than this against worse, and the histories never remember how, only that they did." He had not said farewell. The old bear did not believe in farewells, he believed in the next order. But he had held Jon's arm a moment longer than an order needed, and Jon had not understood it until later, when there was no later left to say it back in. There were others he placed, because a battle is fought by everyone or it is lost by everyone. He put Sam in the rookery with Eamon, because Sam read and Eamon remembered, and between them the two of them held every scrap the world had ever written about the cold, and a war wants its memory kept somewhere the fire cannot reach. He put Ygritte and the spearwives at the breaches, the low places where the wall's old forts had crumbled, because the free folk fought best where the fighting was ugly and close and personal, and the spearwives were the deadliest close fighters Jon had ever seen, woman or man. He put Pip and Dolorous Ed and the green boys with the dragonglass on the wall walk where Stannies' discipline could stiffen them, and he put Ghost loose, because Ghost would not be put anywhere, and a direwolf hunting the dead in the dark was worth 10 men with torches. And he spoke to them, once briefly, from the dragons back in the yard before the dark came down, because Mormont had told him men needed a voice as much as a wall. He was no good at it. He was a bastard who had spent his life learning to say little. So he said little. "I can't promise you the dawn," Jon told them. The brothers and the free folk and the Southron men all turned up to him in the torchlight. "I won't lie to you on the last night. Some of us won't see the morning, maybe all of us. But I'll tell you the one thing I know that's worth knowing. The dead have everything but time running out, and we have nothing but time running out, and a thing with all the time in the world has forgotten how to hurry, and a thing with none left remembers how to fight. Make them remember they can lose. That's all. Make the cold afraid of this wall the way it was afraid on the fist, one fire at a time, and hold until the sky goes gray, and let the songs sort out the rest." It was not a king's speech, but they were not a king's men, and the roar that went up off the wall when he finished was not a roar for a king, and Jon heard the difference in it, and carried the difference up into the dark. Cinder took the sky, and the war for the dawn began. There is no honest way to tell a battle that large, and Jon never tried. The men who sang it afterward made it a clean thing with a shape, and it had no shape. It was only hours, each one its own small eternity of fire and cold and choosing. He burned the dead in their thousands, and the thousands did not lessen. He laid roads of flame across the snow, and the dead walked into the fire because the cold behind them was worse than the burning before them. And they smothered the flames with their own charring bodies, so the dead behind could cross the bridge of ash they made. And Jon understood that he was not fighting an army that feared death. He was fighting death itself, which had nothing to fear and nothing to lose, and all the time there had ever been. He killed, and the killing was a labor joyless, endless. His arms gone numb on the dragon's spines, and his face cracked with cold and the heat of his own fire. And below him the wall held and held, the giants breaking the dead at the gate, the dragonglass flickering along the wall walk, Mormont's voice carrying somehow over all of it, naming men, sending them, refusing to let the line break. At the gate it was Tormund and the giants, and they held it the way a cliff holds a sea, by being too large and too stubborn to be moved, the giants swinging their mauls of stone and bone and breaking the dead in their dozens, Tormund Giantsbane roaring his 100 names into the dark and laying about him with an axe in each hand, and the dead piled so deep before the gate that the living fought atop a slope of their own slain, and the dead climbed the same slope to reach them, so that the battle for the gate became a thing fought higher and higher off the ground as the night wore on a growing hill of corpses, until the defenders were fighting almost level with the wall walk on a mountain made of the enemy. Jon burned that hill twice to bring it down, and twice it built itself again, and he understood that the gate would hold only exactly as long as Tormund's heart did, and was glad in the brutal arithmetic of the night that the heart in question was the largest he had ever met. At the eastern breach, where Ygritte held with the spearwives, the line broke and was remade 4 times in the first hours, and Jon could not always be there, because he could not always be anywhere, and that was the cruelty the songs forgot. He laid fire across the breach when he could and left it when he must, and each time he returned the dead were thicker and the spearwives fewer, and once he saw Ygritte fighting back to back with a giant of a woman twice her size, red hair flying, spear a blur, laughing, actually laughing, the wild free folk laughter that mocked the cold even as it killed her people, and the sight of it put something into Jon that was almost worse than grief, which was the unbearable wish to keep one single thing from the fire. In a night that was taking everything, and in the rookery where no fighting was ever meant to reach, the fighting reached. A finger of the dead found a forgotten stair and came up it in the dark, into the warm, close rooms of ravens and books, where an old blind maester and a fat, frightened steward had no business meeting the end of the world. Jon learned of it after from Pip, who had it from a steward who fled past the door. Another came into the rookery with its sword of frozen starlight, and Eamon, 100 years old and blind, stood between it and the ravens and did not run, because a Targaryen does not run from the cold. He had said once, "It is beneath the dignity of fire," and Samwell Tarly, who had wept on the fist and wept at Gren's body, and was afraid of everything that walked and most things that did not, put his soft body between the other and the old man, and took a dragonglass dagger in 2 shaking hands, and when the cold sword came down he did not close his eyes. He watched it come the way he watched everything, and he stepped inside it and drove the black glass up under the moon-pale arm into whatever an other has for a heart, and the thing screamed its soundless scream and cracked, and came apart into a fall of frozen splinters, and a cold mist that hung in the rookery for an hour after. Sam slew an other with his own 2 hands, the only living man besides Jon to unmake one of them that night, and he was sick for an hour after and shook for a day, and the free folk gave him a name for it that he hated and could never shed, Sam the Slayer. And Jon thought, when he heard it, that of all the wonders of that night the greatest was not the dragon at all. The greatest was that the most frightened man on the wall had found in the last hour that the thing under his fear was not more fear but a stubborn, unkillable love for an old man and a room full of birds, and had spent it like a hero and lived. Elsewhere the night took its tithe. A score of brothers at the gate, half the spearwives at the breach. Southron knights frozen on the wall walk where they stood, never breaking, exactly as Stannis had bid them, dead at their posts in the discipline that was the only prayer their grim king had ever taught them. The free folk children, the old, the goats and dogs and the last of the mammoths, the war did not distinguish, and Jon, burning a road across the snow with the whole night screaming under him, learned the final arithmetic of the thing, which was that you could win and still lose almost everything, and that this, not defeat, was what the histories meant when they wrote that a people survived a long night. They did not mean it as a triumph. They meant it as a wound that scarred over and was called, by the children of the survivors, a victory, because the alternative was unspeakable, and the dead at least were warm in the ground. And the great crowned other came to the gate. It walked through Jon's fire, and the fire did not catch it. That was the moment the night nearly broke them, the moment Jon felt the whole defense shudder, because everything they had, every weapon the war had taught them, was fire and dragonglass, and the dragonglass could not reach the thing through its wall of dead, and the fire would not bite it. It came through a road of flame Jon had laid down with the dragon's whole fury, walked the length of the burning untouched, the snow falling around it, the cold coming off it in a wave that put out torches 100 feet away, and turned the meltwater on the gate to a sudden sheath of black ice, and it raised one long thin hand toward the giants holding the gate, and the greatest of them, a giant named Mag the Mighty whom Tormund had sworn no force on earth could fell, simply froze mid-roar. Ice climbing him from the feet up faster than a man could fall, and shattered. All along the wall walk above the gate the cold came off the crowned other in a wave, and torches died, and men died with them, frost climbing them where they stood, and the disciplined line that Stannis had held all night through every horror began, at last, to bend. Jon saw the grim king himself in the heart of it, Stannis Baratheon with his glowing red sword that Melisandre had given him, the blade that was supposed to be Lightbringer and was only, Jon had long suspected, a clever trick of the Red Woman's fire, and the trick sword did nothing to the crowned other, and Stannis knew it did nothing and stood his ground anyway, hacking at the whites that came with the cold. An honest hard man swinging a false holy sword at the real dark, because standing was the only thing he had left that was true. He would have died there and the gate with him, and Jon could not reach them both, the king and the dragon, in the seconds that were left. Jon brought the dragon down at it. There was nothing else to do. He could see the whole battle hinging on the thing, could see that if it reached the gate was lost and the wall with it. And so he folded Cinder's wings and dropped out of the red-lit dark straight down at the crowned other with all the dragon's weight and fire behind him, and the thing turned its faceless cold up at him, unhurried and through. The ice spear took Cinder through the wing. Jon felt it as if it had gone through his own body, the bond screaming, the dragon's shriek, the world tumbling as the great wounded wing failed and they went down, not a landing but a crash, into the burning snow before the gate, and Jon was thrown clear into the bodies of the dead, and Cinder thrashed and screamed with a lance of ice the length of a man buried in the meat of its wing, and the crowned other walked toward the fallen dragon through the smoke with its thin sword humming, to do the thing the cold had come to do on the fist a year before and been cheated of, to put out the last fire in the world. And Jeor Mormont got there first. Jon would carry the next part to the end of his life, the few seconds of it, because it was the truest thing he ever saw a man do. The old bear came off the wall walk and across the killing ground with a dragonglass dagger in his fist and 60 years of the watch behind him, An old man with cracking knees running at a thing as old as winter. And he did not hesitate, and he did not slow, and he put himself between the crowned other and the wounded dragon, between the cold and the last fire, which was the whole of what the Night's Watch had ever sworn to be. And he buried the dragonglass in the thing's moon-pale chest with a roar that was half a curse and half a prayer, and entirely a man. The other did not shatter. It was too old, too strong. The dragonglass cracked against whatever it was made of, and a cold came off it that took Mormont's life in a breath, froze the roar in his throat and the blood in his veins and the old fierce heart in his chest, and the old bear fell dead in the snow with his hand still on the hilt. But he had bought it. He had bought the one thing a battle is ever won or lost by, which is a moment. 3 heartbeats of the crowned other turned toward an old man instead of a wounded dragon, and Jon, half buried in the dead, screaming his grief and his fury into a bond that screamed it back, reached for the thing Eamon had told him he was and stopped, at last, refusing it. He stopped being a brother of the Watch who happened to hold a dragon. He stopped being the reluctant steward, the careful counter, the bastard who wanted nothing so that nothing could be taken. He let the whole of it come, the fire and the blood, the thing his father had hidden and Eamon had named, and the cold had come 1,000 leagues to put out. And he was on his feet, and his hand was on Cinder's flank, and the lance of ice was coming out of the wing in his 2 hands. And he and the dragon were not 2 things any longer but one fire with one will, and that will turned on the crowned other with everything Valyria had ever been behind it. The dragon's fire, when it came, was not the gold-white flood of the earlier battles. It was the deep red at the root of the world, the heat the egg had pulled from the bonfire on the fist and kept, and it did not wash over the crowned other but bored into it, a lance of fire answering a lance of ice. And where the cold thing had walked through flame untouched it could not walk through this, because this was not fire lit by a man against the dark. This was the old fire, the dragon's fire, the first answer the world had ever made to the first winter, and it had a name in it. And the name was Number the Crowned Other Burned, slowly fighting it, the ice of its crown cracking and steaming and the moon-pale armor running like wax. The thing that had walked out of the Age of Heroes came apart at last in a column of red flame before the gate of Castle Black, and when it died, a sound went through the whole host of the dead, the soundless scream Jon had heard once on the fist, multiplied 10,000-fold, and the wights nearest the dying of their lord faltered, and fell, and lay still. And the falling spread outward from the gate like a ripple in a pond, hundreds of them, thousands, the nearest ranks of the dead going down all at once as the will that drove them guttered. It was not the end. The histories would lie and call it the end, the dawn battle where the Dragon King broke the night, but Jon knew better even in the moment because the host was vast and many of the others yet lived and led, and the dead that fell were only the dead the crown one had held. The cold drew back from the gate, but it did not break. It withdrew the way it always withdrew, to think, to count, to come again. But the gate held. The wall held. And in the gray, unbelievable dawn that came at last, an hour late and blood-red through the smoke, the living looked out from the wall over a field where the dead lay burning to the limit of sight, and understood that they had survived the long night's first true blow, which no man had been sure could be survived, and that they had survived it because a bastard had stopped refusing what he was. Jon knelt in the snow by Mormont's body when it was over, in the red dawn, with the wounded dragon steaming behind him and the field burning before him. And he did not weep, because the stark grief did not weep. It only deepened, layer on cold layer. He had refused the crown and refused the name and refused the prophecy, every leash the world had offered him, and the old bear had spent his last breath buying Jon the moment to become the very thing all that refusing had been meant to keep him from. He understood it now, The thing Mormont had been telling him in the lich yard, the thing about the second choice. His no had kept him clean. Mormont's death had been the price of his cleanliness, and the old bear had paid it gladly, the way he paid everything in the service of the next order, and the order had been, be the fire, hold until the dawn. There has, in the end, always been a morning. Out beyond the burning field the cold drew north, and Jon watched it go from the dragon's wounded side, and made himself see it clearly, because a man who lies to himself in victory pays for it in the next defeat. The host was broken, but the winter was not. Many of the others yet walked, and somewhere far in the true north, in the heart of the cold where no fire had ever reached, there would be others still who had not come to this wall, and a will old enough to have raised this army would not be unmade by the loss of it. They had won the night. They had not won the war. They had only earned the right to fight it again, in the spring, in the deep of the next winter, for as long as there was a north and a cold to come out of it. And Jon, kneeling by the old bear in the red dawn, understood that the thing he had become on the field could not be put down now any more than it could have been put down before, that the morning he had wanted so badly that he had become a monster to reach it was only the first morning, and that there would have to be 100 more, and that he would have to be awake, as Eamon had warned him, for every one. The cheap clean refusing was over. What came now was the long work, and the long work had no songs in it, only mornings, each one bought and each one bleeding into the next. There has, in the end, always been a morning, Jon said aloud, to the body, to the dawn, to the burning dead and the wounded dragon and the silent watching brothers and the free folk and the Southron knights, all come to the wall to look at the one who had broken the night. And he rose, and he did not refuse the way they looked at him any longer, because the refusing was over, the cheap clean refusing of a bastard who wanted nothing. He had wanted something at last. On the field, with Mormont dying and the dragon screaming, he had wanted the morning, wanted it enough to become the terrible thing the morning required. And a man who has finally wanted something can never again pretend the world owes him nothing. They found Quhorin Halfhand dead too, when the counting came, at the foot of the western stair with a ring of unmade dead around him, having held a breach alone long past the point where holding it could matter, because the Halfhand had always understood the war better than any of them and had decided, plainly, somewhere in the dark, that his death would buy more than his life, and had spent it that way without telling a soul, which was the most Halfhand thing he ever did. And Ygritte lived, barely, with a white's claw wound down her side that Eamon and Sam would fight for a week before they won it. And when Jon found her among the wounded in the gray dawn, she looked up at him out of a face gone gray with blood loss and said, "You're still warm." I checked. The whole night, every time the cold got into me, I thought, the dragon boy's still up there. The wall's not gone gray, I'm not dead yet. And then she lost her senses, and Jon carried her in himself, the most alive thing he had found on a dead wall, and would not give her to anyone else to carry. He put his hand on the old bear's cold brow, and closed the staring eyes, and stood up into the red dawn as the thing the whole long war had been making him, fire and blood and a wolf's grief all in one ruined body, and let the living see it, and did not look away from what he saw in their faces, which was no longer awe and no longer fear, but the oldest and most dangerous thing of all, which was hope. Chapter 8 ends Chapter 9. What is owed? They burned the dead for 9 days, and on the 9th day the smoke finally thinned, and Jon understood that the war had given him the one thing he had never asked for and could not give back, which was that everyone now knew his name. It went out from the wall faster than the ravens could carry it, the way only the great stories travel, mouth to mouth down the King's Road and along the white coast and up into the high cold halls. That the long night had come again, as the old women always swore it would, and that it had broken against a wall at the edge of the world, and that the thing that broke it was a dragon, and that the dragon answered to a Stark. The shape the tale took depended on who told it. In the south they told it with fear, a dragon spawn risen in the north with an army of wildlings and a dead king's prophecy. In the riverlands they told it with a bitter hope, the broken men who had followed the young wolf and seen him butchered, hearing now that a wolf still lived and that this one breathed fire. And in the north, the grieving betrayed masterless north, they told it the way a man dying of thirst tells the rumor of water, and they did not wait to be sure it was true before they began, in their hundreds and then their thousands to come. In the south the tale did not travel as hope. It traveled as terror, and terror moves counsels faster than any love. Word reached the Red Keep that a dragon had risen in the north, that it answered to Ned Stark's bastard, that the Night's Watch and the wildlings and Stannis Baratheon himself had bent the knee to it, and that the thing had broken an army of the dead at the wall, which the council did not believe, and an army of the living besides, which they did. The regents who ruled in the Child King's name had spent a war learning to fear armies they could count. They did not know how to fear a dragon, and a fear a man does not know how to hold turns very quickly into a determination to be rid of the thing that causes it. There would be no help from the south for the war against the dead. Jon had known that since the comet, but there would be worse than no help. He understood now. Reading the Raven Sam brought him gray-faced. There would be enmity, cold and southern and patient, the realm gathering itself to decide that a dragon in the north was a graver danger than any winter, because the winter at least did not threaten the chair. The dead wanted to end the world. The dragon only wanted to change who ruled it, or so the south would tell itself, because that was the only kind of threat the Game of Thrones had ever taught its players to see. And so even as the north came north to kneel, the realm to the south began slowly to turn its great cold engine of fear and gold and steal toward the edge of the world. And Jon added it to the tally he kept of the things that wanted the dragon dead, and found that the living in their way were catching up to the dead. But before the north came, the dead came back to Jon one more time in a way he had not looked for, and told him at last who he was. It was Sam who found it, of course, because Sam read everything, even the things that were not written in ink. A weirwood grew in the lichyard at Castle Black, an ancient one, its bark bone-white and its carved face weeping the old red sap, and it had stood there unremarked for 1,000 years, while brothers who kept no gods burned their dead beneath it. After the battle the dragon had taken to sleeping coiled around its roots, the only living thing in the yard that did not flinch from the dragon's heat, and Sam, watching them, fire wound around the white tree, had said a thing that Jon did not understand until the weirwood answered it. Ice and fire, Sam had murmured. Look at them. The trees, the heart of all the old magic of the north, the cold gods, the children's gods, and the dragons the heart of the old fire of Valyria, and they're lying together in your lichyard like they belong, Jon, like they were always meant to. And then the carved face on the weirwood had opened its red weeping eyes and looked at Jon, and spoken with the voice of a boy who had been dead a year. Jon. He knew the voice. That was the thing that took the strength out of his legs, that of all the impossible things the winter had shown him, this was the one that found the child still living under the fire and the grief. That the voice coming out of the white tree was Bran's little Bran, the brother he had ruffled the hair of and promised to come back to, the brother the whole world believed dead by Theon Greyjoy's hand at Winterfell. Bran, Jon said to a tree, you're dead. They said you were dead, you and Rickon, they put your heads. Not me. Rickon's away south, hidden, safe for now. I went north instead, beyond the wall, to a man who is half a tree, and he has been teaching me to see. The face in the weirwood did not move when it spoke, The words simply came, on the cold, sap-scented air, in a child's voice gone strange and slow and old. I have seen a great deal, Jon. I have seen our father's whole life in the leaves. I see it the way you would see a thing happening in the next room. And I came into this tree because you have spent a winter being lied to by kind people and frightened people, and you are about to spend your life on a thing, and a man should not spend his life without knowing whose blood he spends it with. So I will tell you the true thing, brother, the way only a tree can tell it with no want in it, because I am past wanting anything from you now. And Bran told him, not as Aemon had told it, in careful inference and beautiful pattern, hedged with I cannot prove it. Bran told it the way a man reads a thing off a page, because he had seen it in the leaves of the heart trees that had stood at the Tower of Joy, and at Winterfell, and at the Trident, and had watched the whole sad secret happen. He told Jon of Lyanna Stark, the wild gray-eyed wolf girl their father had loved best of all his kin, and of Rhaegar Targaryen, who had not stolen her but had loved her, foolishly, world-endingly, and wed her in the sight of a heart tree in the Dornish mountains after setting aside his first wife in the old way of his house. He told him of the war that grew out of it, and of Lyanna dying in a bed of blood in a tower with the smell of winter roses thick in the room, and of Eddard Stark coming through a door too late to save his sister, and just in time to keep the one promise she spent her last breath asking of him, which was to take her son and call him his own, and tell no one, ever, because Robert Baratheon was killing every dragon's child he could find, and would not have stopped at a babe with Lyanna's eyes. "Promise me, Ned," Bran said, in Lyanna's voice now, the tree weeping its red tears, and Jon went to his knees in the snow before it. That was the whole of it, 3 words. Our father carried them 18 years, and they cost him his honor in front of the whole realm, and he never once complained, because the alternative was your grave. You are Aegon, Jon. That was the name your mother and father gave you, the 6th of that name, though no one living called you by it but for the hour you wore it. You are the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, the blood of the dragon and the blood of the wolf, the ice and the fire both, in one body, born to the one purpose the gods seem to bother themselves with, which is the holding back of the dark. Aemon guessed it. I have seen it. It is true, and now you know, and I am sorry, because I think you were happier as a bastard who only had to keep a wall, and I have just made you into the thing the whole world is going to fight over. But you needed the truth more than you needed to be happy. Our father taught us that. It was the only thing he ever taught us that the South could not take away. The weirwood's red eyes dimmed, and the strange old child voice faded back into the cold and the sap and the 1,000-year silence of the tree, and Jon Snow knelt in the lich yard with a dragon and a heart tree and the truth, the ice and the fire of him laid open at last. And he did not feel like a prince, and he did not feel like a king. He felt like a son. He felt, for the first time in a winter of being wanted by everyone, simply grieved, for a father who had loved him enough to be hated for him, and a mother whose name he had finally been given a year too late to thank anyone for it, and a brother in a tree beyond the wall who had crossed the world's edge to give him the one inheritance no one could ever take, which was to know, at last, exactly whose blood it was that the cold had come so far to put out. He told Ygritte, because she had earned the truth in blood, and because he found he could not carry it alone, and she was the one person who wanted nothing from it. She was mending slowly in the warm under the rookery, gray still from the wound down her side, and she listened to the whole of it, the prince and the wolf girl and the Tower of Roses and the name Aegon, and when he finished she was quiet a while, which was rare, and then she laughed, the cracked, weak laugh of a woman too hurt to laugh properly and doing it anyway. "A prince," she said. "All this time. The crows took in a prince and put him to counting their salt beef and never knew. That's the best joke I ever heard, and I can't even slap my knee for it. You've gone and let a dead thing open my side." She caught his hand, though, when he made to rise, with a grip still fierce in the ruin of her strength. "It changes nothing between us, and it changes everything, and you know it, and I know it, so let's not pretend. A bastard of the Watch could love a free woman in the dark and call it nothing and break no vow that mattered. A prince with a dragon and a north on its knees can't love anyone in the dark. Everything he does is in the light now, and the light has a price, and the price is paid by whoever stands next to him in it." She let his hand go. "I'm not afraid of the price. I'm free folk. We never expected to die warm in a bed, but you should know it's coming, the choosing between what you want and what they need. And a man who tells himself he can have both is the only kind of fool I've no patience for. Be the other kind. The honest kind. That's the one I followed down off the wall." It was the truest thing anyone said to him about the cost of what he was becoming, and it came, as the truest things always seem to that winter, not from a maester or a king, but from a fire-kissed woman who owed him nothing and told him everything. The North came to him 3 days later, and it came the way the North did everything, slowly, in furs, judging. They came up the King's Road and down out of the mountains and by ship to Eastwatch, the broken, loyal North that had bled for the young wolf and been butchered for him. The clans and the houses that had sworn the Boltons nothing and would die before they swore it. The Nari and the Wall and the Flint of the mountains, with their stone spears and their grudges, the Glovers of Deepwood Mott, whose home the Ironborn had burned, old Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, vast and clever and grieving a son murdered at the Red Wedding, come north himself in a litter because some journeys a lord makes with his own body or not at all, and the Mormonts of Bear Island, kin to the old bear who had died at the gate, and the Umbers came too, or half of them. For that great quarrelsome house had been split by the war, the great John a captive of the lions in the south, his Uncle Moore's crow food come down from the last hearth with his rheumy eye and his reputation for eating his enemies, declaring to anyone who would listen that he had buried 2 sons and a king, and had nothing left to lose but a grudge, and meant to spend it, led by a girl of 10 years with a mace and stone heart, Lyanna Mormont, who looked at the dragon without flinching, and looked at Jon the same way, and was the first of all of them to speak. "You're Ned Stark's son," the girl said in the great cold yard before all of them, with the dragon steaming behind Jon, and the lords of the North gathered grim and watchful around. "Bear Island knows no king but the king in the North whose name is Stark. We sent that to the lions and we'd send it again. My mother and my sisters went south with your brother Robb, and they did not come back, and I am Lady of Bear Island now at 10 years old because of the men who sit in Winterfell calling themselves Warden. So I have one question, and I'll have the answer in front of everyone, because I'm too young to be lied to politely. The Boltons hold our home and murdered our king. Are you going to take it back? Yes or number. I didn't come through a winter that killed grown men to listen to a lord be careful." And Jon, who had refused a king and a god and a name and a crown all in one winter, looked down at a 10-year-old girl who had buried her whole family and ruled an island alone, and found that the careful answer died in his throat, because Mormont had been right. The old bear had told him in the lichyard the truest thing anyone told him all that winter. That honor was not the refusing, that any proud fool could refuse a crown to feel clean, and that the real test came after, when the people you refused it for put it in your hands anyway because there was no one else, and you had to decide whether your no had ever really been about them at all. "Yes," Jon said. It went very quiet in the yard. "The Boltons murdered my brother under guest right, and they hold my father's seat, and they've made the North a place where a man can knife his king at a wedding table and be rewarded with a wardenship," Jon said, and he did not raise his voice, because he had learned from the old bear that the quiet words were the ones men remembered. I spent this whole winter telling kings I wouldn't take their wars, and I meant it, and I mean it still. The war of the chair is not my war. But the North isn't a chair. The North is the people the dead are going to come for next, when the spring lies to us and the winter comes back. And they cannot face that with a flayed man in Winterfell and a child king in the South who doesn't believe in the cold. So yes, my lady, I'll take it back, not for a crown. For a base to fight the real war from, and a home to put the people in when the cold comes again. And because Roose Bolton ate my brother's bread and then killed him. And there is a kind of thing a man cannot let stand and still call himself his father's son. He looked up, from the girl to the gathered lords, the clans and the Glovers and old Manderly heavy in his litter. I won't ask you to kneel. I've had a winter of people nailing, and it's a heavier thing than any of you think. But if you'll ride with me, I'll give you back your North, and then I'll spend whatever I have left holding it against the only enemy that was ever going to matter. That's the whole of what I'm offering. A hard road and a real war and your homes at the end of it if the gods are kind, which they have not been but might yet learn to be. He had told them not to kneel. They knelt anyway. Lyanna Mormont first, the fierce small girl going down on one knee in the snow with her chin up and her eyes dry. And then the Wall and the Nari and the Flint, the old hard clansmen who had sworn no man anything in living memory. And then the Glovers. And then, with the slow, vast dignity of a mountain deciding to move, old Wyman Manderly heaving himself up out of his litter to go down on both his ruined knees in the snow rather than kneel from a chair. Because a thing worth doing was worth doing with your whole body, or not at all. The North knelt, the grieving betrayed loyal North, not to a king of the realm and not to the prophecy of a red god and not to a Targaryen prince, but to a Stark with a dragon who had told them the truth and offered them a hard road, which was the only thing the North had ever respected, and the one thing the South had never thought to offer them. And Jon let them this time. He did not haul them up and tell them he wanted their spears and not their knees. He stood and let the North kneel, because he understood at last that the kneeling was not for him. It was for them. It was the thing a grieving people did to turn their grief into a direction, and that to refuse it for the sake of his own clean conscience would be the last and worst kind of selfishness, the bastard's old sin of wanting nothing, so that nothing could be asked of him. They needed a head. He had a dragon and the blood of both their oldest gods and a debt to a murdered brother, and he was, however little he had asked to be, the only one. So he let the North kneel, and the cost of it settled onto him with the rest, and he carried it, because carrying was the one thing he had always known how to do. Stannis watched it from the steps, and Jon went to him after, because a thing this size could not be left to fester. The broken king's face was iron as always, but there was something working behind it. "You've taken my North," Stannis said. "I've taken Bolton's North," Jon answered. "You never held it, your grace. You came to win it, and you found it was already grieving for someone with my face. I'll not be your bannerman, but I meant what I said in the Shield Hall, and I'll say it again in front of your priestess and your Onion Knight. Stand with me in the war for the Dawn, and your name lives forever as the one king who came north when the others played at chairs. The realm will remember Stannis Baratheon as the king who fought beside the dragon against the dead. That's a better crown than the Iron Throne, your grace. It's the only one the cold can't melt." And Melisandre, who had come north certain she served the prince that was promised in the person of Stannis, looked at Jon the way she had looked at the fire all winter, and said, "Lo, I read the flames for years and saw a warrior of light, and I put your king's face on him because I needed a face, and faces are the one thing the fire never shows me plainly. I see now that I read the prophecy and mistook the reader for the hero. It was never Stannis, was it?" She did not sound broken by it. The Red Priestess had given her life to a fire, and a true servant of fire, Jon understood, did not mourn when the fire turned out to be larger than the lamp she had carried it in. Azor Ahai, reborn amidst salt and smoke, to wake dragons out of stone. You woke yours out of stone in the smoke of a burning hill, with the salt of your own blood. I have been looking for you for 20 years, my lord, and calling you by another man's name the whole time. She knelt too, then, the shadow binder of Ashai, and Stannis looked at his own priestess kneeling to the bastard, and did the hardest thing Jon ever saw the Iron King do, which was to accept a truth that unmade his whole life's claim, and not draw his false holy sword over it, and instead incline his head, stiffly, a fraction, the nearest thing to a bow that Stannis Baratheon had in him. The gesture of a man who had wanted to be the hero of the story, and had just discovered he was a chapter in someone else's, and had decided, being honest to a fault, that the someone else was the better hero, and that an honest man serves the better hero even when it costs him the part he wanted to play. That left only the Watch and the Vow and Aemon, who was waiting for Jon in the warm under the rookery when the long day was done, with the last of his saved wine poured into 2 cups. "You have a great deal now, child," the old Maester said. "A dragon, a truth, a North on its knees, a king who has all but yielded to you, a red priestess who will follow you to the world's end calling you her god. And one small thing standing in the way of all of it, which is a vow you swore before a heart tree, that you would hold no lands and wear no crowns and father no children and take no part in the wars of the realm. You have not forgotten it. I know you have not, because you are your father's son, and your father would have remembered a vow on his way to the gallows, and did." He found Jon's cup and pressed it into his hand. "So, the Maesters will tell you a man's watch ends only with his death, and they will be right, and it will not matter, because the world has changed under the vow, and a vow that no longer fits the world is a chain on a door that no longer leads anywhere. But I will not tell you the easy thing, that you are released, that it does not count. You swore it, and a man who breaks a true oath because it has grown inconvenient is the beginning of every ruin I have watched my house fall into. So here is the hard thing, which is the only honest one. Your watch is not ended. It is enlarged. You swore to be the shield that guards the realms of men, and you are about to become exactly that, on a scale no brother of the Watch ever dreamed. And if you do it as a shield and not as a sword, if you hold the North and the wall and the realm against the dark and reach for nothing that is not given freely into your hands, then you will not have broken your vow, child. You will have kept it larger than anyone has kept it since the wall was raised. The danger is not the crown they want to give you. The danger is the hour you reach for one they have not offered. Hold to the shield and the vow holds with you. Reach for the sword and you are only one more dragon burning down the world, and I have watched enough of those for one long life." Jon drank. The wine was warm where the brazier had reached it, and very good, and there was not much of it left in the world, the way there was not much of anything left that was good and warm and old. "They want to crown me," he said. "The North. I can feel it building." Lyanna Mormont has the look of a girl about to say a word that can't be unsaid, and once one of them says it the rest will say it after, the way they knelt. King in the North. They crowned Robb with those words and it got him killed. "It will get you killed too, very likely," Aemon agreed comfortably, the way only a man of 100 years could agree to such a thing. "Most things will. The question was never whether you would die for this, child. You decided that on a hill with your arm in a fire. The question is only what you will have spent the dying on, a crown grasped or a crown born. They look the same on the head. They are not at all the same in the grave." He lifted his cup, his hand shaking, and Jon steadied it, the two of them holding the one cup as they had on the first night, the oldest dragon and the last. "I will not see how it ends. I am very tired, Jon, and I have stayed alive past my time, I think, only to see a dragon under my hand and a prince of my house become a man worth the name, and I have had both now, which is more than an old blind exile had any right to ask of the gods. Do the next morning. That is all any of us ever gets. Do the next morning and the one after, and try, in each of them, to be the shield and not the sword. It is the whole of the wisdom I have. 100 years, and that is the whole of it. I am almost embarrassed to charge you so much attention for so little. Outside, in the cold yard, the North was building its fires and sharpening its grudges and beginning, in low voices that would be a roar by morning, to shape a word out of its grief. The word that had crowned a wolf at Riverrun and would crown another at the edge of the world. A crown Jon had not sought, was being forged for him out of melted-down griefs and old loyalties and a dragon's terrible light. And he sat in the warm with the last of the wine and the last of the dragons of old, and did not yet know what he would do when they brought it to him, only that the bringing was coming, as surely as the spring, as surely as the next winter behind the spring, and that a man did not get to choose the crowns the world tried to set on him. Only what kind of head he would wear them with. Chapter 9. In Chapter 10. The dragon at the edge of the world, they brought him the crown on the morning the realm came north to take the dragon, which was either the god's sense of timing, or only the way the world always arranged for a man to be asked every question at once. The crown was a poor thing, and that was the best thing about it. The North had no goldsmith at the wall and no gold to give one if it had, so the clans had made it themselves out of what the edge of the world gave them. A circlet of dark iron from a broken watch sword, set not with jewels but with 9 chips of dragonglass, black and drinking the light, one for each of the great houses that had ridden north to kneel. They had argued over it for 3 nights, the lords of the North, in the low, fierce way of men who have buried too much to spend words gently, and Jon had not been in the room for it, because a man is not asked whether he will be crowned, he is told. He had only heard the sound of it through the stone, the rumble of the clans settling a thing among themselves, and known that his life was being decided by people who loved him for a face he had inherited from a mother he never met. The crown they made him was the North in miniature, hard and plain and cold, and worth more than gold for being none of it. Iron from a sword that had failed some dead brother on the ice, dragonglass from the cache a dead ranger had buried on the fist against this very winter, the whole of it forged in the lichyard fire under the heat of the dragon, so that the thing that would sit on his head had been made by the dead and the cold and the fire all at once, which was, Jon thought when he first saw it, the truest crown anyone had ever been offered, because it lied about nothing. Lyanna Mormont carried it into the shield hall on a folded gray cloak, a girl of 10 bearing a crown for a man of 19, and she did not make a speech, because the North had learned that winter that speeches were a southern disease. King in the North, the girl said, which was all the speech there was, the same 4 words that had crowned a wolf at Riverrun and gotten him killed at the Twins, and the lords behind her took it up, the wall and the Nari and old Manderly heavy on his cane, the word becoming a sound, becoming a thing that filled the hall, and Jon stood at the head of it, and understood that the moment Eamon had warned him of had come, the moment after the refusing. When the people you refused the crown for put it in your hands anyway because there was no one else. He did not take it, not yet, because the other thing was happening at the same time, down on the King's Road, where the horns of the Southrun Watch were blowing not for the dead but for the living. An army had come north under a peace banner that no one believed, 3,000 men in Lannister crimson and the colors of a dozen houses the crown could still command, and at their head an embassy with a writ and a demand, come to settle the question of the dragon once and for all, by negotiation if the North was wise, and by other means if it was not. So Jon went out to meet the realm with a crown not yet on his head and a dragon at his back, which was, he thought, exactly the right way to meet it, undecided, because the realm had come to make him decide, and he meant to make them watch him do it. The embassy was led by a Lannister cousin, a hard, polished knight named Sir Davin, with a maester for the law and a septon for the gods and 3,000 swords for the argument under the law and the gods both. And he had come, he said, in the king's peace, to take the beast and the bastard south, where so great a power could be kept by the rightful crown, and not loosed upon the realm by rebels and wildlings at the edge of the world. He said it well. He had clearly practiced it on the long, cold road, and he believed about half of it, which was more than most envoys believed of their writs. And he stood in the snow before the gate of Castle Black with 3,000 men at his back, and delivered the realm's demand to a 19-year-old bastard, and waited, with the confidence of a man who has never personally been told no by anything that lacked an army, for the answer. Jon gave him the answer the only way the answer could be given, which was to show him the war. He had kept a thing against this hour, in a stout iron-banded box in the cold of the lich yard, because Sam had thought of it and Jon had seen the sense of it. A dead man taken in the last battle and bound in chains of iron, not dragonglass, so it still moved, still strove, still wore the blue dead star in its eyes. The one argument that could not be argued with, the truth the South had spent a winter refusing to believe. They brought the box out into the snow between the two hosts, the North on one side and the realm on the other, and Jon had it opened. And the dead thing came out of it screaming its silent scream and reaching for the nearest living warmth with its bound dead hands. And 3,000 men of the South who had marched north certain that the dead were a wildling's tale watched a corpse strain against iron chains to murder them. And the certainty went out of them like heat out of a body. The chained dead thing lunged the length of its irons toward the Southron line, and a young knight in crimson stumbled back into his fellows with a sound he would be ashamed of for the rest of his life. And the disciplined ranks of the realm broke their dressing for the first time on that whole long road. 3,000 men giving a step backward all at once before a single bound corpse, because the body knows a true horror when the mind has spent a winter calling it a fable. Stannis Baratheon walked out into the space between the hosts then, grim and iron and entirely unsurprised, and put himself beside the white where every Southron eye could see a king of the realm stand his ground next to the thing they feared. "I came north a crowned king to win a kingdom," Stannis said, in his flat, hard voice that carried because it never pleaded, "and I stayed to fight that. Look at it, Lannister. Look at it well, and then go home and tell the child on my brother's stolen chair that the bastard of Winterfell is the only reason there will be a South left for him to misrule. I have no love for the child king, and less for the lions who hold him. But I have stood on this wall and watched the dead come, and I will say before God and men that I would sooner kneel to a dragon that fights them than rule a realm that pretends they are a song." It cost Stannis everything to say it, the whole of the claim he had bled for, and he said it anyway, because he was the one king in the 7 kingdoms who had never once lied even when the lie would have crowned him. And Jon understood, watching the Iron Man spend his pride like coin, that this was the truest ally the War for the Dawn would ever have. A man who had wanted to be the hero and had chosen instead to be useful, which was harder and rarer and worth 100 heroes. "That is what's coming," Jon said into the silence, and he did not raise his voice because the white was making argument enough. "Not for the North, for all of you. For the chair you serve and the king who sits it and the gold in your treasury and every warm living soul south of the neck. It came to this wall this winter with an army you could not count, and it broke against fire, and the fire is mine, and there is no other in the world but mine and a girl, across the sea who has her own war. You came north to take the one thing that can save your king from that." He nodded at the straining dead thing, and then at Cinder, vast on the wall above them, the ember red banked in its scales, watching the Southron host with the flat gold patience of a thing that did not know it was supposed to fear 3,000 men. Take it then, if you can, or hear what I'll offer instead, because I'm a brother of the Watch before I'm anything the North wants to make me, and a brother of the Watch exists for exactly this, for the hour the realm finally believes. And then Jon Snow did the thing that no one, not Stannis, not Aemon, not the North that wanted to crown him, had expected, the thing that turned a demand into a kneeling and a rebel into the only man the realm could bear to be saved by. He refused the Iron Throne. Out loud, in front of 3,000 of its swords and 9 houses of the North, and the king beyond the wall and a broken southern king and a dead thing in chains, he refused it, before anyone had offered it, which was the only way to refuse a thing that powerful and be believed. "Tell your king I don't want his chair," Jon said. "Tell him plain, so there's no mistaking it and no war made out of the mistaking. I have a dragon and the blood of 2 fallen houses and a North on its knees and the love of the free folk and the fear of everyone else, and that is exactly the broth out of which conquerors are made, and I will not be one. I could march south. We both know it. 3,000 men don't stop a dragon, and after the dragon there'd be the North at my back and the wildlings and Stannies besides, and I could put my own arse on that ugly iron chair by summer and call myself Aegon, 6th of my name, which is the name I was born with, and which I am telling you in front of witnesses precisely, so you'll know I could press the claim and am choosing not to." He let that land. The proof of his bloodline dropped into the snow like the white, undeniable, and watched the Lannister knight understand that he was negotiating with a man who had every card and was declining to play the game at all. "I don't want it. I've buried a father and 3 brothers and a whole North to the Game of Thrones, and I've found a bigger game, the only one that was ever real, and it doesn't have a chair at the end of it. So here is what I want, and it's less than you feared and more than you'll like. Leave the North to the North. Take your 3,000 home, and tell the crown the dragon will never fly south to threaten it, not for any throne, on my oath as a son of the Watch, which is the one oath I've never broken and never will. And in exchange the dragon holds the wall, for the realm, for all of you, against the thing in that box and the 10,000 behind it, and when the cold comes for the South, as it will, you'll find there's a fire at the edge of the world that owes you nothing and will save you anyway, because that is what the Watch was always for, and I am only the first brother in 8,000 years with the means to do the job. It should not have worked. By every law of the game it should not have worked. A man with a dragon does not get to keep the dragon and the realm's peace both. But Jon had understood the one thing the players of the game never understood, which Aemon had spent 100 years learning and had handed to him in a warm room over the last of a good cask, that the realm could not fight a shield. It could only fight a sword. A dragon that wanted the throne was a thing every king alive would unite to destroy, and would in the end, however long it took and however many it cost. But a dragon that swore off the throne, that asked only to be left alone at the edge of the world doing the one job the realm had always wanted done and never had to pay for, that turned the most dangerous power in the world into a wall the South could hide behind for free. That was a thing no king could justify the price of fighting, because every sword spent fighting, it was a sword not spent on the rivals who actually wanted the chair. Jon had made himself useless to the game by refusing to play it, and a piece that will not be played is the one piece the board cannot remove, because there is no profit in removing it and great profit in leaving it exactly where it stands. Sir Davin Lannister looked at the white, and at the dragon, and at the bastard who had just handed the crown its salvation and refused its throne in the same breath. And he was a Lannister and therefore did the Lannister thing, which was to count the gold of it, and find that the sum came out in the dragon's favor, that the realm got a free shield and lost only its pride, and that pride was the one thing his family had always been willing to spend when the spending bought enough. He did not kneel. A Lannister envoy did not kneel to a northern bastard, and Jon had not asked him to, but he inclined his head, and he said, in the dry voice of a man recalculating a war into a bargain, "I will carry your words to the crown, Lord Snow, exactly as you've said them, including the name, which I think you said in front of witnesses, so that I could not soften it and you could not unsay it, and which makes you either the most honest man I've met or the most dangerous. And I've met enough of both to know they are usually the same man." And he gathered his 3,000 and turned them south, and the realm went home from the edge of the world, having come to take a dragon and leaving instead, with a wall it had not paid for, and a peace it had not earned, which was the best bargain the 7 kingdoms made that whole long age of fire and blood, and the only one struck without a single sword being drawn. It was after, in the gray cold of the evening, with the Southron host a smudge on the southern road, that they crowned him, and this time he let them. He let them because Aemon had told him the difference, and he finally understood it in his own body. A crown grasped, and a crown born look the same on the head, and are not at all the same in the grave. He had refused every crown the winter offered him, while the refusing was about keeping himself clean. He took this one because the refusing was over, because a people had buried a king and needed somewhere to put their grief and their loyalty and their hope, and because a man who let them kneel and would not let them crown him was only a coward dressed as a humble man, taking the service and refusing the responsibility that came with it. So he knelt, the brother of the watch, in the snow before the heart tree in the lich yard, and Lyanna Mormont set the iron and dragonglass crown on his dark, stark hair, and the north roared, and the free folk beyond the wall took it up in their own tongue, and the brothers of the watch, who could have no king and had knelt to him anyway, said nothing, because they understood better than anyone that the thing being crowned was not a king of the realm at all, but the oath itself, the sword in the darkness, the fire that burns against the cold, the shield that guards the realms of men, made at last into a man with the means to be it. He spoke to them once it was done, because they had earned a word, and because the word mattered more than the crown. "I'll wear this," Jon told the assembled North and the watching watch and the free folk crowded at the gate, "but you'll know what it means before you cheer it, because I'll not be crowned on a lie the way better men have been. I am not your king the way Robb was your king. I'll not take you south to die for a chair. The day I march this dragon to win a throne is the day I've become the thing my own house burned the world down being, and I'd sooner you pulled me off the wall and burned me first. This crown is a watch, not a conquest. I'll hold the north, and I'll hold the wall, and I'll hold the dawn against the dark for any soul that needs it held, Nailer or wildling or Southron or king, and that is the whole of the kingdom I'm claiming, which is the oldest kingdom there is and the only one nobody ever wanted, the watch on the wall at the end of the world. Kneel to that if you'll kneel. Don't kneel to me. I'm a bastard who got a dragon and too much grief and a duty I never asked for, and I'll do the duty till it kills me, but I'll not have you mistake me for the thing I carry. The thing I carry is yours. I'm only tired." It was the worst coronation speech in the history of the 7 kingdoms, Sam said later, fondly, and the only true one, and the North roared it louder for its plainness, because the North had heard a winter of southern promises and knew at last the sound of a man promising them only hardship and meaning every word. Aemon did not see the crowning. The old Maester had asked to be carried up to the top of the wall that afternoon, to feel the cold wind off the true North one more time, and Jon had carried him himself, the last dragon in his arms light as a bundle of reeds, and they had stood together at the edge of the world with the dragon wheeling slow against the dying light. and Eamon had turned his blind face up to feel the heat of it pass, and had said, very quietly, that it was enough. That he had wanted a dragon for 100 years, and had been given one at the end, and a prince of his house worth the name to carry it, and that a man given the two things he wanted most at the very end of a long life had no business asking the gods for a third, which would be more time. "Tell me what you see," the old man had asked up there in the wind, because he had not seen anything with his own eyes in longer than Jon had been alive, and Jon had told him. The haunted forest going blue-black into the dark, the comet guttering low and finally fading after its long red winter, the dragon turning slow against the last light with the firelight running gold along the underside of its wings. It faded. The old man had repeated of the comet, and something eased in his ruined face. "Good, it came to herald you, and a herald that lingers past the king's arrival is only a beggar. Let it go out. You are here now, the world has no more need of signs." He had reached up then and found Jon's face with his light, dry fingers, and read it the way he read everything, by touch and by 100 years of knowing men. "You are afraid you will become them," Eamon had said. "My father's father, my brother, the long line of my house who held fire and could not hold themselves. I have felt the fear in you all winter. Hear an old man who watched every one of them fall. They did not fall because they had dragons. They fell because they came to believe the dragon made them gods, and a man who thinks himself a god stops asking whether he is doing right, because gods do not have to ask. You ask, Jon. You have asked every step of this terrible winter, asked it of me, of your dead father, of the heart tree, of your own tired conscience at every hour. Keep asking. That is the whole of the difference between a king and a tyrant, and between a dragon's rider and a monster, and it is a smaller difference than the songs pretend, and the only one that has ever mattered. The day you stop asking, let the cold have you, for you will have become it." Those were the last words Maester Eamon spoke that Jon heard, up on the wall in the wind, and Jon held them the way he held the dragon's heat, against every colder thing the years would bring. He had died there in the night in his sleep, in the warm of the dragon's coil where Jon had laid him so he would not be cold. And in the morning when they found him, his ruined old face had the look of a man who had finished a very long book and found the ending just. And Jon burned him in the dragon's fire, which was the only fire in the world worthy of the last of the dragons, and stood in the smoke of it and grieved, and did not weep, because the stark grief did not weep, but the dragon did, screaming its loss into the cold until the icicles on the wall sang and fell, and that was weeping enough for both halves of him. Ygritte found him in the smoke after, mended now, walking with a spearwife's stiffness, but walking, and she did not say she was sorry, because the free folk did not lie to the grieving with sorries. She stood beside him in the light, in the open, in the cost, which was the thing she had told him she was not afraid of, and she put her shoulder against his, and looked up at the dragon and the smoke and the crown he had not taken off, because a man does not take a crown on and off like a hat, and she said, "You know nothing, Jon Snow," which was the first thing she had ever said to him, and the last thing she ever needed to, because it had stopped being an insult a long way back and become the only blessing she had, the wildling benediction, the thing free folk said instead of love. And Jon, who had spent his whole strange life learning to want nothing so that nothing could be taken, stood in the smoke of the last dragon's pyre with a crown on his head and a dragon's grief in his chest and a free woman's shoulder against his own, and found that he wanted, after all, a great many things, and that the wanting was the price of being alive, and that he would pay it every cold morning for as long as the mornings lasted. The dragon settled at last on the top of the wall, where no dragon had ever perched in 8,000 years, vast and black and crowned in its own banked fire, and threw its shadow the length of the ice and out over the assembled peoples of the dawn, The Night's Watch and the free folk in the north and the broken king who had come to fight the dark, and they looked up at it, all of them, the kneelers and the wildlings and the brothers and the Southrons, and not one of them looked away. The war was not won. Jon knew it standing there with his new crown and his old grief. The cold had only drawn back to think, and would come again in the spring and the next winter for as long as there was a north, and there would be 100 more mornings and most of them would bleed. But the realm believed now. The Watch had a fire. The North had a head. The free folk had a road through the dark. And at the edge of the world, on the wall the first men raised against a winter they could not name, there was a dragon, and the dragon had a rider. And the rider had finally stopped refusing what he was, which was the shield and the sword in the darkness, and the last son of the ice and the fire both, born to do the one thing the gods seemed to trouble themselves with, which was to stand between the long night and the morning, and hold, and hold, and hold, for as long as he was given. And then to hand the holding on. They were all there beneath the shadow. The whole strange host the war had forged out of 8,000 years of enemies. Black brothers who had sworn to hold no allegiance kneeling beside free folk, who had sworn never to kneel, mountain clansmen who had cut each other's throats for 1,000 years, standing shoulder to shoulder in the snow. A southern king who had come to conquer and stayed to serve. A red priestess of a foreign god murmuring her prayers to a fire that had turned out larger than her faith. A 10-year-old girl who ruled an island of bears with a heart of iron. Looking up at the dragon without a flicker of fear, because she had already lost everything fear could take from her. They had nothing in common, these peoples. No blood and no gods and no history, but the history of killing one another. And they looked up at the one thing that had ever united them, the black dragon crowned in fire on the white wall. And Jon understood the last thing the winter had to teach him, which was that this was what a shield was for, not to win, but to make a space behind it where things that should have been enemies could stand together long enough to remember they were all, in the end, only the living, and that the living had only ever had one true enemy, and it was not each other. Though it had taken the end of the world to teach them so. Dawn came up red over the haunted forest, the way it had come up red over the fist a winter and a lifetime before, and Jon Snow stood beneath the shadow of the dragon at the edge of the world, crowned and grieving and entirely awake, and watched the morning he had become a monster to reach, and did not look away from any of it, the cost or the wonder or the long cold work still to come, because he was done looking away, and that, in the end, was the whole of what the dragon had woken in him. Not a king, not a prince, not a weapon, but a man who would finally, fully look at the world that needed him and stay. Chapter 10 End.